One of the greatest lines you can ever say to anybody. It's game day. That's right. It's game day. Love it, man. Eagles and Falcons tonight. And boy, do we have an interesting game tonight at Lincoln Financial, to say the least. What a great weekend. Hopefully everybody had one. Saturday was college football. Sunday, we learned a lot. By the way, Big Sil's hooking you up big time by telling you the Saints were going to roll over the Dallas Cowboys, and they did. That thing wasn't close. Unbelievable. The Saints have had, 14 possessions? 14 possessions, and they've scored on every one of them. But as tradition is here on the National Football Show with Big Sills, we always start the program off with Big Sills and the 4 hours powered by our friends at BetUS. Make sure you check out the website. A lot of great stuff going on with our friends at BetUS. We so appreciate you guys coming aboard with us. Nothing like game day. Nick Foles night tonight. He's in the building. Will they run Philly? In honor of Big Nick, will they run Philly tonight? That's a side prop bet that we'll throw out there to you. Yes or no, do they run Philly? Well, it'd be pretty awesome if they're able to run Philly. Oh, no. We are going to get Mark Holmes on Wednesday, and we're hoping to get Philly 500 on also. I'd love to see them run that play tonight. I really would. Jason Kelsey also in the building too. ESPN's Monday Night Football. What an absolutely great atmosphere. The true first home game of the season for the Philadelphia Eagles tonight. Got the NFL, man, each and every single week. Week 1, Cowboys are back. And you're like, no. How about the Ravens 0-2? Rams 0-2. How about the way Kyler Murray looked? 325 total yards against the Rams. He was sensational in that game. Marvin Harrison Jr., 2 touchdowns, but obviously the story tonight. Craig Carton will join us at 5:30 Eastern. And we will talk to Craig, FS1 star, former WFAN and former WIP radio star. Craig Carton will join us. Xander will join us, co-host of Birds 365. Don't forget also tonight, pre- and post-game show right here on JAKIB Sports. Big Sil's part of that. Very proud to be part of that. And we welcome you to be part of that as well. We'll get into the game tonight. We learned a lot. Obviously, the story of the weekend, if you're a Birds fan, that applies kind of to the Falcons as well, but to the Eagles here. A.J. Brown out, nursing a hamstring injury. We're going to get to the breakdown of the game and my prediction, and I'll tell you where I'm at with the game tonight. How much of a factor, before we get going here, how much of a factor do you think A.J. Brown being out plays into tonight's game? How much of a factor? How much of a factor do you think this plays tonight? Every time A.J. Brown has not been on the field, Jalen Hurts has looked mediocre to 2021-ish. Okay? He's looked mediocre-ish. By the way, Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers got away with it in week 1 against a very overhyped New York Jets team. They didn't get away with it against the Minnesota Vikings. And Sam Darnold, I get it's on the road, short work week, but McCaffrey not being on the field, caught him. They got beat. How much of a factor do you think this is tonight, A.J. Brown not being on the field? Jacob says 30%. Jacob, you say 30%. Flexen says big factor. Hey, Jacob, if you're saying that that's a Crowley saying major, close game then, correct, tonight? Sirianni spoke over the weekend. We'll talk about week 2 of the NFL here in a minute. So it's a close game. How about this? It's a closer game. Get this. So here, let me show you delusional here. And NS says that it's a slight thing. Like your quarterback is great. He's not. He's very good. He's not great. He's very good. He's very good. And I heard Xander say something this morning. I was flipping on and off the Birds 365, and he goes, hey, I feel pretty good about Devontae Smith being in the one role with the Eagles. Well, how has the team performed with him being in the one role when AJ's not on the field? How's the team performed? How's the offense performed with him as the one? I think it's been mediocre. Calm down. Dick Train. They've looked average with Devontae as the number one guy. Okay? They've looked average. They've looked average. Right? It's going to have to be other guys stepping up tonight for sure. I thought we were trying to get the workload off of Barkley after week 1. He may have to carry a significant role tonight in tonight's game. We still have things to prove with Hurts in the defense. Very true. There you go right here. I buy this 1,000%, AT. Guys, please hit the like button. Thank you very much. Don't forget, pre- and post-game show tonight. Big Sills will be part of that. We appreciate it. Pick the Falcons already so we can make fun of you tomorrow. We'll get to it. We'll get to it, dude. We'll get to it. We'll get to where we're going. That's right, Kyle. Kyle, no question. By the way, guess who also is going to be interesting to keep an eye on? Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore. Okay. Kellen Moore. Hey, I agree with this right here. Big Sills, do you think Howie Roseman knew AJ was having hamstring issues, thus traded for Dotson? No, I thought he had the foresight with this move. No, I don't think he knew that AJ had hamstring issues in camp. I think he had the foresight to know. Because remember what I kept telling Xander? Xander completely kept disagreeing with me. You don't have a very good wide receiver room. Outside of your two dudes, the rest of them are guys. So what did he do? He knew a significant injury. He was going to have somebody there that could possibly not say cover for one of those guys getting hurt, Devontae or AJ, but he was going to have somebody that potentially could get out there on the numbers and play. Okay? And that's why he made the move for Dotson. Now here, let's do this. Dotson, according to the Washington Commanders, has been a bust. Now, I want to see him in this offense because I'm going to make a comparison to you. Dotson playing with those quarterbacks that they had in Washington, how can you really get a great assessment on a wide receiver? He's not Justin Jefferson, Dotson. Justin Jefferson, it doesn't matter who's throwing him the ball. He's a spectacular talent. Can you believe this? Not to put the hatchet in Howie's back here, but maybe the second greatest wide receiver in the last 50 years to Randy Moss just might be Justin Jefferson and how he missed on him. Okay? That guy is sensational. The numbers he's putting up, only Randy Moss has put up better numbers in the first 5 years of his career. It's insane how good he is. Insane. By the way, I'd be curious to know what the record of Jalen Hurts is without A.J. Brown in a football game. Let's take a look at that for a second. First year they were 9-8. Is that right? With A.J.? Last year they, let's see, without Brown, missed the playoff game. So am I right when I say that Jalen Hurts is 9-9 without A.J. Brown? 58% completion percentage. Is that right? Just saying. I mean, 9-8. I said without A.J. Brown. Last year, he was 0-1. And 2000. So what's his record without A.J. Brown? 0-1? That's not awful. Lost to the Buccaneers, right? That's not awful. It's insignificant. However, his passing numbers look a little bit different. So let's get into tonight's game. Let me hear some of your scores tonight. I think it's one game. I'm with you. It's not a big deal. Okay, I don't think one game. That's not going to determine anything. That's not a trend. You've got to get a couple games before you call it a trend. But once again, and for the record, I'm going to make a point to you about Dotson. Does anybody know how many yards DeAndre Swift has right now in Chicago? Rather have AJ out than Lane. Good test for Hurts. It is. Does anybody know how many rushing yards in 2 games DeAndre Swift has in Chicago? Just off the top of your head. Okay? Just off the top of your head, and I'm going to make a point. Rhonda. Rhonda, you say it's 43. I thought it was 48, but okay. You got a shitty quarterback up there right now. Caleb Williams isn't helping him at all. So is Dotson better having a better quarterback with Hurts? We'll find out tonight. Okay? Could Dotson's game elevate because he's got a better dude? Yeah, I think so. Why not? Better guy? Better thrower of the football? They've had nothing in Washington, so I don't know. I mean, I get Terry McLaurin's a great football player. I get it. Okay? What's the score tonight for some of you on what you think happens tonight without A.J. Brown? First home game of the year. Hurts coming off a very mediocre to below average game. Barkley was sensational. The receivers were great in the ball game. One of those guys is out. Goddard was somewhat of a factor. The wide receiver 3 position was 0 factor. The running game outside of one big run was okay. And the defense, well, outside of Zach Bond and Quinyon Mitchell. And really, there were a lot of no-shows, including your 2 defensive tackles. 34-20. 34-17. 27-24 says Joseph. Okay. Birds drop at 50, Burger. Not likely. You can't stop anybody. You can't stop it. Look at this guy. Look at this. Never happened. Never happened. Atlanta's a good defense. It forced the Steelers into 5 field goals. Wasn't like the Steelers were doing anything. Not that Justin Fields is a good quarterback. You know who Justin Fields is? He's a black Tim Tebow. Okay? He's the same as Tim Tebow. That's what he is. Okay? Justin Fields stinks. I'll tell you this, that guy in Houston is spectacular. Hey, I like 34-24. I do. Hey, James, that was a pretty good ball game. We'll talk more about Jaden Daniels. I thought he played really well in the game to get his first victory. MG says that Fields is better than Tebow. Probably. Yep, he is. Okay. Yep, probably so. Fields is better. Fields is better. Pickens is pretty good. He is. Let's get into it now. Okay, I'll give you my takeaway now. Please do me a favor, guys. Please hit the like button. Nick Foles night tonight at Lincoln Financial. Pretty cool stuff. I posted a picture of Jalen Hurts meeting Nick Foles for the first time. I thought that was really great. the history of the franchise. You got one of the greatest moments and one of the greatest players in the history of the franchise because he delivered the most significant moment for you. Hurts is top 5 quarterback. Look at that guy. Absolutely not. I can name you 10, 15 quarterbacks I'd take over, homie. Not happening. Eagles were 6-point favorites. That number's come down to 5 now. A.J. Brown being out is a massive loss to the team. Real first home game, as we said. Kelsey's in the building. Here's some of the keys of tonight's game. Okay? What are the Eagles going to do? Xander, do you have an update from John? Maybe we'll get more of that at 3:30 on what they're going to do with Quinyon Mitchell. Are they starting him on the numbers or are they putting him in the slot? I think this is significant. Drake London doesn't scare me. Kyle Pitts and Bijan scare me. They're going to attack the middle of the field and the seam. Okay? The numbers don't scare me with Drake London. Do I want my best player to make significant plays against the best players? This is about matchup. Avonte Maddox on Kyle Pitts and Bijan is a mismatch for the Eagles. Do I put him there? Now, it depends on the health of Isaiah Rodgers. I think that's a big call tonight on what they're going to do in that slot because they're going to attack the middle of the field tonight. They're not going to attack the numbers. Your 2 best players on defense in the secondary at your corner positions. Well, they're not going to attack that. They're going to go across the middle because their 2 best players are middle of the field players. Robinson in screens, running the ball, and Pitts across the middle and attacking the hash marks. Okay? That's a pretty good tandem of dudes. Do you put him in the slot? I'm talking Quinyon. That's a decision that we'll probably not know until we see those guys get out there when they get out there for the first time on defense. Saints won because of Kubiak, Niners OC last season. Hey, I'll tell you something, man. Kubiak did a great job of play designing. There is no question about that. I mean, that thing looks – hey, by the way, you want to hear something crazy? They put up 41 against the Cowboys and 47 against Carolina. That Saints team was the team that I thought we'd see a year ago. Well, we're seeing it now. Remember what I told you about the Eagles being better next year? That's kind of where I'm at now also offensively here with the Eagles. So we'll see. Tonight, for me, I would put Quinyon Mitchell on Bijan and have him have the ability to cover Pitts. Those 2 guys are the guys that are going to move the sticks for Atlanta. Drake London, in my opinion, I think you can get away with it with Isaiah Rodgers. Now, that depends on his health. I think you could probably get away with it with Keely Ringo. Keely Ringo versus Drake London, I'm okay with that matchup. I'm okay with it. Zach Bond. You think this homie's going to do it again? You think he goes out there and he plays the same way he did against Green Bay? I'll tell you something about a guy. I'm trying to figure, have I ever seen a guy who was held back in a franchise, you put him out there, and all of a sudden he turns out to be something spectacular? The only guy I can think about is Michael Bennett, the defensive end that the Bucs and Saints had. He gets up to Seattle, and he turns into a pass-rushing demon. And for a decade, he was a monster up in Seattle with Pete Carroll. That's pretty much one of the only guys I can think off the top of my head where you were just like, holy shit, that guy is just spectacular. Okay? Bryce Young, bench. Carolina is where quarterbacks die. Look at Baker, Darnold. Worst owner in the worst owner in profession. Hey, there's no doubt, Trey. Thanks for the super chat, too, by the way. Okay, Eagles 28-24. I like your score. Hey, Trey, David Tepper's the worst owner in pro football. There's no denying that. That's the worst roster. Them and the Giants are battling out for the worst roster in pro football. RC3, Zach Bond, 8 tackles and a pick. He's got this guy playing like he's Ray Lewis. Okay? Cosmo. Sills, it's crazy that you were right about the Cowboys. I said the Saints would win by 10. I didn't realize they'd kill them. Who steps up tonight? Barkley or Goddard? Barkley or Goddard tonight? When are you going to get the $15 million tight end going? Tonight's a perfect game. It's a perfect game. Linebackers, I still question. We had David Archer on with us on Friday. He said they played well against the Steelers. Okay. Can they do that consecutively? I think that's a weakness that they have. When's Goddard going to get going here, man? Because, again, we have to worry about the workload for Barkley as you move forward here. Goddard's got to get going, man. This is a – hey, by the way, I see somebody put Britton Covey. Britton Covey? Fuck that. I'm paying Goddard $15 million. Let's go. I'm paying you $15 million. Let's get the money guys going. Let's get the money guys going. Okay? Sills, the starting LB is injured. Even more so now on what Brian's saying here. Starting linebackers injured for Atlanta. Get Goddard and Barkley going. Run that ball too, man. Run the ball tonight. Atlanta's got a good Atlanta's defense is better than Green Bay's. Their front four and their back four are better than Green Bay's. No, you're going against a better team on defense. Wasn't like the Steelers did anything to them defensively. They did nothing. They didn't do anything against them. Actually, I thought the Atlanta defense played great. Matthew Judon showed up. Their two safeties are the best tandem in the NFC. I mean, you got Bates and Simmons. There's no better safeties in football, let alone the NFC, than what Atlanta has. Okay? I mean, Atlanta's got the two best safeties. And they got a pretty good corner in A.J. Terrell. Not horrible. That's a good secondary. Hurts is going to have, I'll say this to you. If they get pressure on Jalen tonight, they got the secondary to make plays. And without AJ in the game, you move the sticks closer. I'll get to my result here. By the way, how much of a role does Cooper DeJean? Get this. Hear this. How many people believe that Matthew Judon, Jesse Bates, Justin Simmons, A.J. Terrell, that Atlanta has a better defense than what Green Bay does? This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay? And Matthew Judon showed up with a sack against the Steelers. I agree with this. I agree. But you're not going against a premier passer tonight if you're Atlanta. Hurts is not a premier passer. He's never been. He never put up premier numbers. He's not going to be a premier passer ever. This is who he is. I know some of you think he's a 4,700. I'd like to see you get 4K first. Why would they fire Frank and bench Bryce? That's because the owner, Frank wanted C.J. Stroud. The owner wanted Bryce Young. That's why. That's why. What's Cooper DeJean's role tonight? How much of a role do you think he plays tonight for the Eagles on defense? Does he play a role tonight? Do they get him out there? Do they put him out there? Do they drop him in the slot? Does he have a role tonight? They got to get him up to speed. So I think it's safety or nickel. I do too, Kyle. Kyle, I think it's safety or nickel too. I agree. Okay, I do. By the way, if you learn one thing about the NFL in the second week versus week one, nothing's a given, especially when you're losing a star player like A.J. Brown. I'm glad you have some confidence in it. You should. You should have confidence. You're the better team heading into this game. You're the better team. There's no excuses. For you even, listen, you can't tell me if you have all that. Here, I'll get to this here in a minute. I want to get to the super chat. Say, I'll go to the front. Thank you. Okay, let's say the Falcons defense is what you're saying they are, and Hurts cars them up. Then what would you say about Hurts? He did his job. Like Mahomes, like the great quarterbacks in the league. What do you want, a cookie? Well, I'm not sure what you're looking for. What do you want, a medal? For what? Doing your job? That's what I'll say. Praise is when you win Super Bowls and division titles and home field advantage. Look at Lamar Jackson. Ain't no praise there. He's a defending MVP of this league. Right now, that football team has to get their groove back, the Ravens. You're in the AFC. You can't go down 0-2 in that division. One year, you're the MVP of the league. The next year, you're 0-2. Hey, by the way, is that a flip-flop? They're 0-2. What do you want me to say about the Ravens? They got beat by the Raiders. What's a flip-flop? Is that a flip-flop, or did that team flip-flop? The losses on defense have been more significant than what people think. Devontae Smith will see a lot of double teams. Jalen will struggle again tonight, so be prepared because they're going to stack the box on Barkley. In my opinion, he is 0-2. Hey, in my opinion, Barkley's the key for Atlanta. They got to stop Barkley. I don't care about Devontae. Devontae doesn't really impact the wins when AJ's not on the field. I don't remember a game where I watched him carry a football team across the finish line when AJ wasn't on the field. Even in that, how many yards did he have in that Buck game? In the playoff game? Does anyone remember? Was it 100 yards? How many yards did Devontae Smith have in that Buccaneer game? Did he have a good game in that game? How many yards did Devontae have without AJ in that game? That playoff game against the Bucs. He had 148 yards? I don't remember that. That can't be true. He didn't have 148 yards in that Buck game, because if he did, that's the most significant 148 yards receiving I've ever seen. 148 and 6 catches, and I got blown out. I mean, when A.J. Brown gets 158, you know what that team looks like. He had a lot, but to your point, it didn't put them over the top and win the game. Yeah, it had no impact on winning the game. Okay, it had zero impact. 8 catches, 148. So, and he scored 9 points and got destroyed. So tonight, again, what will his impact? To me, it's Barkley and Goddard. It's Barkley and Goddard tonight. And then, get this. Hey, by the way, that 148, did he have a touchdown catch too? Yeah, those were empty calorie yards that he had in that Buck game. Didn't matter. He had 150 yards in a game. Did he have a touchdown in that game? You got to get Barkley and Goddard going tonight, in my opinion. Barkley and Goddard. He's playing a pretty good defense tonight. Like I said, this Atlanta team. He didn't have a touchdown in that game. He had 150 yards catching the ball and no TDs. And 7-8 catches in that game. Those are number one numbers, but no impact on wins. Okay. I know the Bucks stopped the run in that game. Do you see what I'm saying? Stop the run, you win the game tonight. Let Devontae have 150 yards. If I'm Raheem Morris, and I talked to Raheem, if I'm Raheem Morris, I let Devontae get his yards. Barkley's a guy. You can't let Barkley go down the sideline, and you can't let Barkley go for a C note in that game tonight. Eagles will win comfortably if that goes down. You got to stop him. Barkley is the key tonight for Atlanta to win that game. You can't stop him. Devontae will have 2 touchdowns, and it'll be a pretty comfortable win. Okay? Barkley was the reason you won the Green Bay game. New offense. Hurts passing near elite. Absolutely nothing. Get this. This guy was the lowest rated quarterback in the NFL last week, and he says that Jalen Hurts is elite. New offense. Hurts passing near elite. No, AJ, I think the offense struggles. I'm not sure what you mean, Duel, so I'm going to assume that you're saying that he's going to have to be elite tonight. I would definitely think that Jalen has to play really well tonight. By the way, I'd like to see that same kind of balance that you saw in Green Bay, 30-30, something like that. Hold Atlanta to 60 plays would be great. Here's the thing about Cousins. Get him off his mark. He is a non-mobile guy. But I'll tell you what, if you don't get pressure, SOS Bryce Huff, you don't get pressure, he can throw for big numbers. And they know that. If I'm Kirk Cousins, who am I attacking in the Eagles secondary? Easy. I'm going right after the linebackers. They struggle in coverage. And you got to get that run game going. Who has a bigger game, Bijan or Barkley? That could also be the factor tonight. Bijan's a really good ball player. I told you that on draft day. I had no problem with the Eagles taking him. And it turns out I was right. He's a superstar player. This guy could be a 2K total yards guy every year in the league, barring any kind of catastrophic injuries. He's a good football player. Okay? He's younger. Had a superior year to Barkley a year ago. Had 60 catches. Okay? Had 60 catches. Remember something about Barkley's impact, too. So if you give him the football another 25 times, that'll be 50 carries in 2 games. You may need that because of injury tonight. You're thin at wideout. You are thin. Dotson has, hey, guess what? Dotson is on a prove-it trade. He's proven nothing. His career in the NFL, he's proven nothing. So when you say, well, Dotson has proven nothing. 16th pick in the draft, tonight's a game for him. Because if he has a great game, do you know what that'll do? His draft stock raises. By the way, I do want to give you a little bit of insight. I know this personally, having talked to some people in Miami. Chris Greer, the general manager of the Miami Dolphins, has reached out to Howie Roseman about the availability potentially of Kenny Pickett. Now, I know they signed a quarterback, Huntley, the former Baltimore guy. I think he was released with Cleveland. That lends me to believe that Howie wants more money, or I should say a higher pick for Kenny Pickett than what the Dolphins were willing to give up because they had contacted. And I think there was someone else, I can't remember. I think they contacted even the Dallas Cowboys on Trey Lance. But they wanted a crazy pick for him, and Chris Greer said no. And then they settled on Huntley. So Howie got a call on Kenny Pickett. But I don't know what the draft pick was. I have no idea what the round was that Howie wanted for him. I'm assuming it's a third. Okay? I'm assuming it would have been something like that, a third. Plus, you give up a guy like that, you're going to that's your security blanket. That's your safety belt in case something happens to Hurts. You're going to want a high premium pick. You're going to want a third pick. So that was on the table over the weekend until they signed Huntley. SOS Bryce Huff. SOS. Let's go, dude. You can't move that guy off his spot. It'll be interesting tonight. Hit the like button, guys. Guys are doing great. I appreciate it. Where are we in the like list? I want to make sure we get and have a great like list today. Hey, Dan, what does everyone think of Brady's announcing? I thought Brady was great in his second time around. I thought he had a great game against the Bucs. Much improved. Much improved. 160. Thank you, Thomas. Guys, please hit the like button. Thank you. Way to go, man. You guys are killing it here. So, my prediction for tonight's game. With the 5.5, if you're a betting man, and I don't bet, I would take the Falcons in the 5.5. It was 6 at one time. I would do that. I'd grab the number. But I think the Eagles win this game 26-23 tonight. I think it's close. It's closer than what you want. You're still going through bumps and bruises. And I'm not sold on your defense. Your defense is not good enough. You don't have a Pittsburgh Steelers defense. What makes you think that you're going to do this? And get this. You know what's crazy? Who's your TJ Watt? Who's your Fitzpatrick? Who's your Cam Hayward? Not what I saw against Green Bay. He gave up 163 on the ground. You don't have any of those guys yet. Your defense proved nothing. You gave up 414 yards to a team that didn't even play well. Okay? I mean, you're making it sound like you're going against a bad defense. You're not. You're going against a pretty good one. They held the Steelers to 5 field goals. They didn't do anything against them. 26-23. Eagles win the game. But if I were you, I'd take the 5.5 and the Falcons. This game's going to be pretty interesting because, once again, I don't believe you have anybody on your football team that can cover Bijan Robinson. And to me, the key in the game tonight is stopping Barkley. You got to stop Barkley. He's the key. Devontae, it doesn't matter if he gets his yards. Who cares? Every time he gets his yards, it has no impact on the team winning or not. He's not the impact win guy. The impact win guy's sitting out tonight. When I look at Devontae, I think Devontae Smith is a really great player, but he's got to be on a football team with an elite quarterback. He's not going to carry your team across the finish line like AJ can. He's just not, or CD, somebody like that, those big-time receivers like that. You know, like I said, Allen and Mahomes, those guys don't need those receivers to win ball games. Purdy and Hurts need those guys because when they're not on the field, all their accoutrements, they look average. Every game that Jalen Hurts has not had A.J. Brown in, he's looked mediocre. He looked mediocre in the opener when he had him. Okay? But by the way, I said this, though, on Friday to you. I think you're going to see the offense for Philly. I think you're going to see a much improved offense and communication tonight. But that communication now, because, and one thing I heard Xander and John talking about, Xander, was it you that said this? I completely agree with this one here. Dude, A.J. Brown getting hurt over the weekend versus getting hurt on a Tuesday is a killer. You installed your game plan and passed out the game plan books on Tuesday. I mean, you get your game plan book on Tuesday, and you got an idea offensively what you're going to do or defensively what you're going to do, tendencies of the team, this and that. And then when the guy gets hurt on a Tuesday, you completely have to scrap that, and you get brand new game books probably in a 24-hour period for a brand new offense. Kellen Moore's under the microscope tonight. I want to see how he handles that adjustment. Not just Hurts, again, not just Jalen. How does Kellen handle that adjustment tonight? You're basically 48 hours, you have a new game plan where you practiced all week from Tuesday to Saturday with a game plan with an install of AJ, and then all of a sudden that gets taken out, and you don't have that valuable piece to your game plan, you've got to reevaluate it. Where are you going? That elevates other players in the game plan. Barkley, Devontae, Goddard, Dotson has to be more of an integral part in this thing tonight. Are you going to throw more screens? Are you going to run the ball more? Are you going to be conservative early? Okay? Are you going to see what Atlanta does? Are you going to want to try to go deep on this team? Why would you go deep on a team with the two best safeties in the NFC? I think you methodically try to go down the field with Goddard and run the ball. If you do that, you'll win handily. Okay? You're trying to get out of this game tonight without A.J. Brown, and it'll be a feather in Jalen Hurts. I'll tell you that's what you do, too. If you win this game tonight without A.J., and Hurts doesn't struggle, and he looks better than he did against Green Bay, and he's not on the field, that is such a great injection of confidence in that offense, the play caller, the entire group, the locker room. That is what you're looking for tonight. You're not looking to wobble tonight. You're looking to go out and be methodical. You have too many tools, and I'll say it one more time to you. You have too many tools to sit here and go, well, AJ being out's a thing, though. Oh, it is. It is. But you have prepared for this in case something went down. Okay? You've prepared for this. Is Devontae really a guy who can elevate into being a true number one? Well, that's on display tonight. Can Goddard be called on when he's needed? That'll be on display tonight. Can Barkley still carry the load of a team and the volume of touches that's going to be needed to win tonight? That'll be on display. Will Hurts continue to evolve? That'll be on display. Will Kellen Moore evolve with Jalen? That's on display. On the defensive side, can he stop the fucking run? Dude, I am sick and tired of having a conversation about Jordan Davis and about Jalen Carter and their inability to stop the run. Fucking stop the run. You're two guys that are over 320 pounds apiece. One's the 13th pick, the other's the 9th pick. Fucking stop the run. Have a mindset. You were murdered in the last 10 games. Those two guys have been murdered against the run. Murdered against the run. Murdered. No other way about it. You know, we had all these proclamations, including me, about Jalen Carter being the next Jerome Brown. Well, fuck, dude. Act like it. And Jordan Davis's first game of the year, in my book, you're further away from a contract extension. That guy is, that's not a 15, 20. You think that guy is close to Fletcher Cox? He's not remotely close. He's not Hollis Thomas. That guy's not Javon Hargrave. You want to be candid? He's not Javon Hargrave. Got to be better. Got to be better. You got to be tough tonight. It can't just be Josh Sweat giving effort. Can't. Bryce Huff has sucked for 2 months. Dude, you're stealing money. You suck tonight. We got problems. They need you tonight. Hey, I'll tell you this about the Jets. The Jets held on to their ass against Tennessee. Their coach hates their quarterback so bad. Called him stupid because of that mistake he made in that Jets game. Stupid. He said we should punt and the quarterback's stupid. I'm not thinking that guy's going to be in Tennessee very much longer. Hates him. Got to hand it to the Hassan Reddick here. He's 2-0. Jets need that guy. The Jets need him and the Eagles needed him. Well, we'll find out tonight. We'll find out tonight. Okay? Shit, Slay's not had to worry about anything. Good for him. His reputation and his ability has locked down one side of the defense. Cool for him. Cool for the Eagles. Your slot sucked against Green Bay. Dude, Gardner Johnson blew, and Avante was worse. Got to be better. You know, I heard Xander go like this. You know, if you watch 22, and it's true, he's not wrong. You know, he had some bad plays and some really good ones. I'm not paying you $8 million to be okay. I'm paying you to be an impact guy like you were in 22. You can't afford okay out of your premium players. Here is your premium guys. Ready? Carter Davis, Huff, Gardner Johnson, Slay. Quinion, I give a pass. It's his rookie year. By the way, I think he's your best back, and I think he's your best DB. I think he's your most talented DB. Okay? A lot on display. By the way, Vic, where are you going? Here's something, too. Vic Fangio going against Kirk Cousins. Okay. Well, we'll find out how he's going to manufacture pressure tonight. You know, let's be good about something here with Vic. As many years as he's been in the NFL as a position coach or coordinator, it's not really translated into much winning when it comes to winning championships. Let's see how that is tonight. Now, he was a consultant on that 22 team, and he was up in San Francisco for a bit. Okay? Sam goes, Seals, you know we don't have the... Yeah, wait a minute. Sam's right. Seals, give me a break. You know we don't have the defense. Yeah, but Sam, I'm not going to sit here and all of a sudden make Sam or Kirk Cousins into Tom Brady. I mean, that I'm not going to do. But the Eagle defense can turn him into Tom Brady tonight if they don't get pressure on him. Moving him around in the pocket and stopping the run is how you crush that guy. Whether it be Dalvin Cook when he was in Minneapolis or in Washington, move him, stop the run. Cousins is average, and he will throw 3 picks to you. Okay? That's why the internal pressure has to be big tonight. You got to get Davis and Carter to play their best game tonight. Got to be a guy where those two dudes, all of a sudden, it clicks, and those two guys are big. Carter's got to be a factor tonight. Davis is going to be on their better player, Linderbaum. I saw him go out last week against the Steelers, so he got banged up, and I saw Matthews. Also, here's the key matchups in this game tonight. I want to see Judon versus Mulata. Who would I take? I would take Mulata. Davis versus Lindstrom. I'll take Lindstrom. Bijan versus Nakobe. All day. Bijan. Your slot against, is it Quinion? Quinion. Maddox, Kyle Pitts. Okay. Mitchell in the slot against Kyle Pitts. I'll take Quinion in that one. I think he's get this. I didn't think his skill set level would be up to where a big-time college Power 5 kid would be. But I happen to tell you that I think him playing against in the fall camp, playing against Devontae and playing against AJ has expedited that. And it has helped him immensely. Like in the first 2 games, he's not going to see anybody like Devontae and AJ Brown on the field. There's nobody. Atlanta doesn't have that skill set. Now, that kid Olave next week against New Orleans will be kind of a test. He's a pretty good ball player. We'll talk more about New Orleans next week. But, yeah, I mean, that has expedited his growth. Okay? All I know is Hurts better not throw no damn picks, because all yesterday quarterback's been throwing interceptions. Hey, Joe, I'll tell you something too, Joe. That's a really great take. These defenses have evolved into catching up, man. I'll tell you something about that New Orleans, not to put us ahead of the sticks here a little bit. Holy shit. I mean it. I mean, even Cincinnati's defense, Mahomes had 2 picks. He had 2 picks in that ball game against Cincinnati. All over the place. And Joe Ho's right, man. I mean, everywhere. These coordinators have caught up. They surely did, man. Okay? It's a good take. Every quarterback, even Mahomes struggled. But again, he makes plays when he has to. So that's kind of my takeaway. I think, look, there's no reason. I don't think, and I know some of you guys, Sam says it here, Texans defense versus that Chicago Bear. Caleb Williams blows as of right now. And where's DeAndre Swift? 48 yards in 2 games. The fuck is this, man? That just shows you that guy in Philadelphia, just like with Miles Sanders, look at the last 2 running backs that made the Pro Bowl, that were Pro Bowl running backs for Philly. Look what they're doing now. Is Miles Sanders still in the league? DeAndre Swift's got 48 yards in 2 games. Tells you a little bit about the run coordinator named Jeff Stoutland. And that guy got $8 million. Howie, in my opinion, wins that. I looked up the numbers, and I kept saying last night, why aren't you running Swift? You paid him $8 million. Why aren't you running him? You want to throw the ball down the field? I get. And you didn't have Keenan Allen. Why didn't you run the ball? That made no sense, that game plan last night. Not that Matt Eberflus is going to have a superstar coordinator in the building in there in Chicago, because they've not been good for 30 years. It made no sense. Hit the like button, guys, please. What will the Eagles do if Jalen passes for 350 yards without AJ? Say thank you? What are you looking for, Steven? I mean, you paid him $50 million. Why are you wanting to thank somebody for not robbing a bank? You paid him for that. You're paying him to win, Steven. You're paying him to be a star. Why do you want to give backslaps for something that's expected of you? What you don't want is to pay somebody like Deshaun Watson money and they don't deliver. I mean, he was better against the Jags. They got to win, but that's not $230 guaranteed million. Look, Eagle fans are like, well, Sills, what are you going to do if Hurts throws for 350 yards? Nothing? What do you want me to do? Thank him for doing his job? Jesus Christ. Act like you're a champion. Not like you're a pretender. Tom Brady was right about quarterback mediocrity with good defenses. There's no question about it. The development of the quarterbacks in today's NFL is diminished. Okay? Is diminished. Dan, I think what he's saying is that they might think they can be successful without him. I would think that. If Jalen Hurts wins the game and throws for 350 yards tonight, and I was in that locker room and Jalen had done that and it was business as usual, I'm going to feel awfully good and awfully calm moving forward that my quarterback doesn't have have to have all of the bells and whistles to win a game like Brock Purdy didn't have against Minnesota. I'm going to feel good about that as a coordinator as well. And I'm going to feel pretty good if I play in defense. Hey, guess what? Well, guy gets injured. Everybody gets injured in the NFL. Look at what happened to Pacheco. Pacheco's out now for about a month. You don't think that's going to be a factor in that Kansas City offense moving forward? Absolutely. What are you going to do at the running back position? Not that Brett Veach, GM, and Andy Reid won't figure it out, but all of a sudden now you got a little dilemma and you have a little drama now in the Kansas City offense because of injury in week 2. Could that play a factor moving forward over the next month? Absolutely. He's a good football player, Pacheco. You lose that guy? Look at San Francisco, how they looked against the Vikings without McCaffrey in week 2. Hey, you can get away with losing A.J. Brown for a week. You can't get away losing A.J. Brown for 3 weeks. You can't. You are not going to get away with it for 3 weeks. A week, you're gonna. Okay? A week, you're gonna. You may even be, look at what Green Bay did. Who's the kid that went up there and filled in and won that game for the Packers against Indianapolis? Okay? You're going to get away with that. You're not going to get away with it with a month. Okay? Because they're going to put tape on the kid and they're going to know what his deficiencies, what he can and can't do. Okay? Malik Willis goes up there and wins that game. Huge. Instead of being 1-2, you're 2-1 without Jordan Love. And they're projected in the next 2-3 weeks to get him back. That might have saved their season, Green Bay. Especially if you get 2 wins out of them. Holy shit. Talk about backup quarterback. D-line needs to eat against the statue Cousins. If anything to Breed, do this. Push the pocket back. You know, if I'm, I should, okay. I have great conversations with your D-line coach every week. Every week I talk to the Eagle D-line coach. And I said to him, I go, even if they don't get there, push that pocket back. You got a guy 350 pounds. Bull rush him. Push that pocket back. Make those interior lanes hard for him to see. Davis is 6'5", 6'6". Even if he gets his fucking hands up standing at the line of scrimmage, it's tough to see passing lanes going across the middle. The Eagle defense has a hole in its heart. It's in the middle. It's in the middle. Isn't it funny? The 2 areas of the football team, I'm talking Eagles, that have issues. Offense in the middle of the field, Hurts throws interceptions, and struggles in the middle. And their defense struggles in the middle of the field. 2 areas on both sides of the football. Okay? And I'm like this, get pressure, man. Even if you're not getting there. That's the one thing Pittsburgh did great. Internal pressure, and then TJ finished them off on the perimeter, getting around the horn and getting to the quarterback. TJ Watt single-handedly wrecked that football game. Single-handedly. He wrecked that football game. Wrecked it. Sills, now you're a consultant to the Eagles defense? No. The defensive line coach I recruited for the University of Miami. And I'm dear friends with him. No. And he asked me if he could wear my number 93 when he was at Miami. And we've been friends for about 20 years. That's how dickhead. Yeah. I've known him since he played at UM. And by the way, Butch Davis was on the program telling you that we're dear friends. Any other question you want? A consultant? No. I talked to Raheem too. The D-line coach, the head coach at the time, told you that I helped recruit him. And we talk. Your last D-line coach was a teammate of mine. It's gonna be interesting to watch Kellen tonight. Get this. Fat Fuck here says, Fat Mac Philly says, name dropping. No, these are just people that come on the program and we've known for years. It's what happens when you do something for 35 years. Okay, Fat Mac Philly, my bad. You'll have to, as you guys say, I'm not the greatest reader of Fat Fuck. I mean, Fat Mac Philly, I apologize. Hey, dude, you smiled. I smile. Good. Fat Mac, it's cool. Oh, man. It's all good, brother. Thank you very much for being here, Fat Mac. I love you too, dude. Look at this. Let me say this here. You see this? That's a perfect gosh dang caller. Person that watches the show that I love. Right there. I don't love you, Jay Brown. You're a dick. But I do love Fat Mac Philly. I love that guy. That's cool. Xander, I missed that super chat. If you can hook me up there with it, though. I had to give him some love, man. Fat Mac, you're cool, man. Oh, man. Yeah, JP, I can't stand you, but, well, sometimes. Let's see here. Sills, Danelle says, he's just doing his job, and he wanted a cookie. But if it was Josh Allen throwing for 350, you would drool over that. The Hurts hate is real. Well, the difference between Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen doesn't lose games if he loses players. Your boy does. The truth is real. The truth is real. Davis is a rotational piece. College football has really done a number on those kids. They're not adapting to the NFL very well. I think Disciple, one of the reasons why that thing is what you're saying is true is because when you go to a program like Georgia and you're constantly rotating, you're not getting game reps to where you're going to be ready for the next level. You're not. Okay? You're not. I mean, how many plays do you think he played at Georgia, Jordan Davis? And Jalen Carter? 30? 35? At 65? When you're up 60-0, you're not keeping a kid in there like that. Okay? If you think Hurts hate is telling you that he's not a prolific passer and that he struggled to read defense, sure. Wait a minute, Danelle. I hate he can't read a defense, and I hate he's not a good passer. Yeah, fair enough. Sure. Nothing wrong. You're not lying. Dual threat. Yeah. Dual threat. Okay. You're not wrong. Okay? He's not a good passer. He's a decent. Well, he is. He's a good passer. You're right. He's a good passer. He's not elite. But he's a good passer. Yeah. Sure. That ain't good enough to win a Super Bowl. We saw what he did in 22. Yeah, I know. Too bad he can't consistently play like that. You ever notice? Hurts can't consistently play like that in the passing game. He never has. In his entire career in Philly, he's never been consistent like that in his entire career. Why? Because that's not who he is. But that's what you want him to be. Okay. Well, I don't think he can be. Game 1, C. Yeah. Even with the turnovers. Even with them. Some of you go like this. Nobody can. Well, want a quarterback to make a play in the passing game, even when he's not playing great like Mahomes. Joe Burrow was great yesterday. And it wasn't enough. You know why? You had to play perfect football against him to beat him. That's your opinion. Okay, sure. I'm not the only one that thinks that about your boy. Hurts consistently wins games more than loses them. Are you talking championship football, or are you talking about being a really good quarterback in the NFL? What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? He is. Lamar Jackson's a really good player. He wins a lot of games, wins a ton of them. Hurts will lift the Lombardi before Allen. All right. I'll take that bet. Craig Carton will join us at 5:30 Eastern. Real quick here. Let's see here. 1.5 TDs for Saquon. Over or under? Over. I think he has 2 TDs tonight. If I had to put a bet on Barkley tonight, 105, 25 carries, 2 touchdowns. You're going to need that from him. You're going to over 100 yards, 25 carries, 2 TDs, couple catches in the passing game. You're going to see the same workload. Okay, you're going to see the same workload you saw in the Green Bay game. Okay. Hurts is a better passer than Jackson. Okay. Right. Okay. Hurts was great in the Super Bowl. That's his last great game that he had complete for 4 quarters. Wasn't it? That's 2 years ago. Not to belabor the point, but I would like to do this to you here. So, Justin Jefferson over the weekend, before I get to Nick Sirianni here, this is insane. His 30th 100-yard receiving game ties Randy Moss for 5 years to start a career. In 62 ball games, he's got 6,100 yards. He averages 99 yards a game with Kirk Cousins and whomever, Sam Darnold. Can you imagine if that guy had a decent passer? He'd be fucking insane. Justin Jefferson is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Hey, in hindsight, we could sit here on September 16th and go, Howie effed up. Everyone effs up. Everyone passes on people. It's not really what I'm doing here. I'm just saying, look at the fortunes of sometimes a player on how he could change. A.J. Brown would never be on this football team. He would never be on this team if they had made the right selection. Okay? Would it have made a difference? Maybe money-wise, because this is the first year he got paid $35 million, $36 million, I think. Okay, maybe some of that money would have been spread out everywhere else around on the defensive side. Because remember, like I said, I keep bringing it up, the cover for Rager is now you're going into the 3rd year. Is how much money is that? 25, now 36. It's $110 million. When you could have had Jefferson on a rookie deal at $3 million for 5 years. That's the difference. That's why Kansas City has a balanced roster, because they don't spend money like that. And they're being pretty diligent on their draft picks. Okay? I mean, again, do GMs miss? Of course they miss. Okay? Of course they miss. Seals, would you rather have Jefferson or Brown? Jefferson, every day. Jefferson's a better player. Unless you think Sam Darnold and Kirk Cousins are better than Jalen Hurts. Unless you think that. Yeah, it is Gronk or Grok. I'm just saying, because he did something spectacular. I mean, his 30th 100 game, in 61 games, he's got 62 games, he's got 6,100 receiving yards. And he missed half the season last year. Insane how great that guy is. And by the way, what did he have? 9 games last year? He had 1,200 yards? He almost had more yards in 9 games than AJ had for the entire season. Well, I couldn't tell you who the quarterback was last year. That's how good Justin Jefferson is. The guy's a tremendous football player. All right. I got to take a timeout. Then we're going to talk. Nick Sirianni had a chance to talk, get ready for the Atlanta game. We're going to do that. And also, we're going to talk a little bit more again also about this game tonight and the key matchups that are going to be in this game tonight. No question about it here. Guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. Where are we on the like list right now, guys? Where are we on the like list? Please hit it. Don't forget also tonight, our pre- and post-game show. Big Sales will be part of that. We hope that you'll join us and jump over with us as we get ready for the game tonight. And then after the game, we'll give you our we'll give you 163 guys. Please hit the like button. Love to see if we can get that up to 200 by the top of the hour here. Don't forget, Big Sales here with BetUS. If you're looking for a new betting house, especially for games that you saw this past weekend, games like tonight, upcoming week 3 of the National Football League, and also week 4 college football, BetUS is your place, and we're proud to be teamed up with those guys. Thank you so much with BetUS. And again, guys, your new betting home here. How about this? 150% bonus on your first 3 deposits of up to $2K is there for you. All you have to do is log online to betus.com.pa. That's betus.com.pa. You also get 200% in crypto bonuses for signing up. Absolutely the fastest payouts in the business. Personalized service, 365 days of the year. And if you want your very own personalized agent, they will set you up with that. 150% bonuses on your first 3 deposits. Do me a favor, make sure, and up to $2K, I should say, make sure you log on to betus.com.pa. That's betus.com.pa. And do me a favor, tell them Big Sil sent you.
He's blocked well and tries to cut through the middle. Oh!
Your gut says Miami is going to win, and you should take the over. Your gut also said your NFT selfies would only go up in value. They didn't. But your head is on Sports Grid and knows the QB is in concussion protocol. The backup has a 45 QBR against the zone coverage. The New York D has the most sacks in the league. So yeah, trust your head. It's smarter to be on Sports Grid.
Score and save in Southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in.
Decisions.
The dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid.
as long as you face the fear.
And keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
Hi everybody, my name's Jason Lombardi. I'm an inspector at Drytech. At DryTech, we offer 3 major services, the first one being basement waterproofing. The second service we offer is foundation and structural repairs. And then the third service that we offer is mold remediation. If you feel you are having a waterproofing issue, give DryTech a call or check us out online.
Heading down the shore, have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wildwood day.
Plan your stay in the Wildwoods today.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sales National Football Show. Please hit the like button. Xander will join us at the bottom of the hour. Also, Craig Carton at 5:30 Eastern Time. He will join us to give his take on tonight's game, week 2 of the NFL. We'll get his spin, the former WIP host and now working at Fox Sports 1. We appreciate him taking time for us. Real busy guy, former WFAN host as well. Will join us at 5:30 Eastern Time. Let me say this before I get into the Eagle game tonight. A little bit hurts without A.J. Brown. The Dallas Cowboys were on display at their finest last night and yesterday. I mean, five times people were telling me, Sills, you're crazy if you think that the Saints are going to beat the Cowboys. I'm like, I don't think it's close. Fat F has a nice hit the like button. Thank you, Fat Mac Philly. Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. You're cool. I had like 5 people telling me you're crazy if you think that Saints team. I think they're going to beat them by 10 or more points. 432 yards in total offense. Kamara had 4 TDs alone. They were getting out wide in the perimeter. And get this, Micah who? That guy is so soft. They ran the ball right at him. How many times did they get out in the perimeter and get wide on the Cowboys? They ran right at him. He's overrated. That guy is soft. There were times in the game that Tom Brady was saying, nobody touched him. They ran right at Micah Parsons. I will never in my life ever vote Micah Parsons for the Defensive Player of the Year, and nor will I ever say he's an elite pass rusher or an elite player. John McMullen is on Birds 365 constantly trying to tell Xander and sell Xander that he's a great player. Did you fucking watch the Saints run him over? I saw Atlanta run him over. How are you an elite player when you get run over? No, folks, this is not hyperbole. He was ran over. There were 3 plays he got put on his back. That's an elite player? No way. This is one area I completely disagree with John. Put the tape on. Watch it. Not hard. He was murdered. Honestly, I'm surprised that there's not an arrest warrant out for the offensive line for the Saints for murder of the Cowboy front 7. At the end of that game, I thought that there was going to be charges pressed against the Cowboys or against the Saints for murdering them. I mean, they killed them without a gun, a knife, an axe. Whew. And then you had the $60 million dude. The $60 million man is who he is. Picks. By the way, I didn't really think the Cowboy offense played that awful. You gave that guy that money, and you got the same fucking result. Picks and bad decision-making. You think because you gave him the money, that was going to make him better? He's the same dude. You know, when you give these quarterbacks in today's NFL that money and that bag of money, like when I watched Trevor Lawrence, the only thing the Jags did to Trevor Lawrence was put a new coat of paint on him. It's the same shitty house. That's what the Cowboys did to Prescott. They put a new coat of paint on him. That's still the same shitty house. Dude, there's no way I'll ever compare Dak Prescott to Jalen Hurts. There was at least a debate on winning games with Jalen. And like winning. There's things he does I hate, but you know, here, let me read it. Dak did so bad they put Cooper Rush in. Let me put this in here too to you. Look, the Eagles have been killed. How many times in the last 3 years the last 2 years have the Eagles been killed? The playoff game. How about let's do regular season? One Cowboy game and the Niner game. Can you think of any other time? Any other? Can you think of any other game that they were murdered in? But get this. You're talking about best teams in the NFC. They get killed by the Saints and the Cardinals. They get killed by the Saints and the Cardinals. I mean, at least the Eagles get beat by playoff team. The Bucs, you want to hear something since December 3rd of last year? Xander, I don't know if you know this. Guys, you want to hear something crazy about the Bucs? Since December 3rd of last year, counting the playoff game, the Bucs are 10-3. They're 10-3. A pretty good football team. They're 10-3 since December 3rd of last year. Okay? I mean, they're 10-3. They're winning a ton of games. They went up to Detroit and won that ball game up there. That was a damn good game for them to go up there and win that ball game. The Bucs are solid. I think they're a tick above a solid team. I think they're a threat. Now, how far can they go? Yet to be determined. But I'll tell you what, Godwin and Mike Evans, that's a pretty good-looking tandem they got there. And Mayfield's finding them. Get this. And once again, here's Senor. They got fucking better, jackass. The team got better. After you murdered them, they've gone on a run. They got better. Hey, get this. Am I supposed to still sit here and tell you that, hey, Baltimore's still going to win the NFC or the AFC and still going to have home field advantage being 0-2? Aren't you going to go like this? They made a step backwards because they lost all that personnel on defense. Did they not? No, they're still great, Sills. Stick to your take. No, you can't. They're 0-2. Team's performance. I mean, get this. What fucking Buccaneer player developed? And if you're saying Baker Mayfield, that's his fourth team in 4 years. What a dopey take. Dopey. Dude, the Ravens lose to the Chiefs. Okay. You lose to the Raiders? Gardner Minshew beat you? Gardner Minshew. You got a lot of question marks there in Baltimore right now. Do. And there's no question. Mayfield has settled in with the Bucs. But to finish up with the Cowboys. Cowboys are the Cowboys. Remember I told you they're a 5-win team? Didn't they look like it yesterday? Did that look like a 5-win team to you yesterday? Remember Mark Holmes came on the program last week? Hey, you really still think that's a 5-win team after beating Cleveland? I go, yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Remember he was all touting, yeah, we beat a really good team. We're really good. We went on the road. And I'm like, you're going to lose to the Saints. You're going to lose by 10 points or more. He's like, the Saints ain't that good. I'm like, oh, I think they are. But again, I thought that was a team we saw this year. You want to hear? Hey, what's psycho is that they've had 14 possessions so far in 2 games, and they've scored on every one of them. And it doesn't matter if you're the shit Carolina Panthers or the Dallas Cowboys. They're blasting teams. 47 and 44 points in consecutive weeks. I think you're working it, man. I think you're working it. Okay? That's pretty good stuff. By the way, my surprise teams. Shit, man, Minnesota. 2-0. Sam Darnold. What? Knights defense. They're running the ball. Tell you this, man. Aaron Jones has been a factor for the Vikings. He can play. And what are they doing in Baltimore with Derrick Henry? You talk about a colossal not getting it right. Todd Monken doesn't know what to do with him. That thing's all over the joint. For as good as they were a year ago on offense, I don't get it. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. Dude, Houston, that's a good football team. Houston's a good football team. I'll tell you this too, man. Kyler Murray was spectacular. 325 total yards, 267 in the air, 60 on the ground. Against the Rams, he was great. I'll tell you this, Marvin Harrison Jr., 2 touchdowns. Whatever you want to say about Jonathan Gannon. Right? All right. Hold on. Hold on for a minute here. I've got to get my Xander Roseman glasses on here. Don't forget our pregame and our postgame. And then Craig Carton will join us also at 5:30. Without further ado, one of the men that works for Bob Lang and is one of the great promoters of the Philadelphia Eagles as they head into tonight's Monday night game. It is the co-host of Birds 365, our friend Xander Krause. How you doing, brother?
I'm bobbing and weaving on the Sills hate on this game day, baby.
Hey, no, I got you winning here. I got you winning here, man. I got it 26-23. And if you want to take the points, go ahead. But I got the Eagles winning a close one, 26-23.
That's not a bad score. I like that. That's pretty close. I gave my score out this morning.
What was it, brother?
Mine's 28-17. I think that Falcons team is going to struggle to get points on the board. I don't think Kirk Cousins is the same guy. I'm not a Kirk Cousins hater like a lot of other people are. I think he's a good quarterback. He just doesn't look like the same. 36 years old, first big injury of his career. I don't think he's going to get it going tonight. And then I lessened. I thought the Eagles would be a 30-point team tonight, but without A.J. Brown, I think there's some learning curve here. I have 28-17 Birds. I think they get the win pretty handily tonight. But 28-17 was where I came in.
Boy, man, you really have a lot of faith in that defense tonight that got zero pressure. And if you think that
it's not even as much pressure in the defense. It's more about I don't think that Falcons offense is ready to do much of anything. I think it comes down to Kirk Cousins. And I rewatched the game tape from the Falcons in week 1. I mean, they got some players. They got.
Yeah, but they're going against one of the top 3 defenses in the league.
They got Bijan. I know they got some players. They have the potential to be good.
They played the top 3 defense last week in the Steelers, dude. I mean, the Steelers,
I
have
get
a top
it,
3 defense.
Yeah, I mean, look, top 3 defense or not, Kirk Cousins did not look the same last week. He
didn't.
could not move, and then there was some footage that came out of practice this week, with the Falcons. He's just not ready to move. And I think he makes so much of his, butters so much of his bread from moving around a little bit. He can't do it. So I think he's going to be a little bit of a statue in there. I think the D-line has to step up tonight. They know that the notice is on them. So, look, and the other thing that went into my score prediction is, Sills, look around the league, man. Look at the scores around the league right now in the first 2 weeks of the season. Look at the quarterback play.
Horrible.
The quarterback play as a whole has taken a step backward.
Even Mahomes, 2 picks.
2 picks, and he should have had a third pick.
Yep.
Everybody's turning the ball over. Everybody's sloppy. It really looks like preseason football right now, and that's kind of why I had them just scoring 17 tonight. I think our offense is high-powered. I have 28, and even that I'm wondering, maybe they might not get to the 28 number tonight, but 28-17, I feel good about my score. I felt good about it in week 1, and I was pretty close. So I think the Eagles win the ball game tonight.
How about this? Do you think they run the Philly just on the side tonight? Do you think they try to throw – no. Nick Foles night, I think that'll juice up the crowd too. It's the first home game of the 24 season. And Xander, then you don't get another home game for a full month. So
until after the bye.
Last time Eagle fans are going to get a shot to get in the building in there and cheer their guys on. I mean, the schedulers were not kind to the Eagles in the first 2 months of the season.
No, you're right. But at the end of the day, look, I think that
it balances out.
It does. It balances out. That end of the schedule, I think, looks pretty favorable for the Eagles. So you can get hot going into the playoffs. That's a big thing. That week 3 game, Sills, all of a sudden that Saints team is red hot right now.
Bucks game after
and the Bucks.
that.
The Bucks are red hot as well. So good point. Look, there's a couple tough games in here. Here's the problem with putting too much hype on the Nick Foles thing. I'm jacked up for it. I love Nick Foles. If that Falcons offense comes out and scores a touchdown in their opening drive, ain't nobody going to give a fuck about the Nick Foles night anymore. They're going to be like, let's go, Eagles. I hear you, but that hype wears off quick if the game doesn't go to plan. Now, if they come out hot, they get on the board quick and they get a couple defensive stops, then that'll play into it for sure. But I don't like to put too much hype in that. Win the game, handle your business, let Nick Foles get his ceremony. He earned it. I got news to the rest of the guys out there. Jalen Hurts, you haven't earned that ceremony yet. You should be focused on that. And I think they will be, but that's how I feel about it. So I'm excited for Nick. I think that's pretty cool, for Nick to retire as an Eagle. Obviously brought us our own.
It's great for the fans.
It's great for the fans, man. It's great. It's absolutely great for the fans. This is a passionate fan base, man. They deserve it. And Nick Foles brought him the ring, man. He brought us the ring. So, he got us the parade on Broad Street, that Jason Kelsey is so revered for with the speech and everything. So
I completely disagree.
It's going to be a great night for Nick Foles, but the rest of the team, don't get caught up in it. Go and handle your business tonight.
I completely disagree with John McMullen in this. I think you got to put that guy in the Eagle Hall of Fame. I think
John McMullen. I told John McMullen when he said that. He's dead wrong.
I think he belongs in the Eagle
body of work for a second. Forget, you need to be a 12-year. Forget that shit. That guy brought us the first Vince Lombardi trophy in franchise history. Come on, man. That means something.
And won that Minnesota game. Won that Minnesota game.
He did it versus Goliath. You did it versus Bill Belichick and Tom Brady as a backup quarterback. That's unbelievable. So, no doubt he deserves to be in the Eagles Hall of Fame.
Now, without A.J. Brown, Hurts is 59% completion percentage, 84.7 rating, and a QBR of 30. Without him in the starting lineup, is that a concern tonight?
That's absolutely somewhat of a concern. I don't think it's going to be, too big of a problem. I think they do have the weapons to handle losing A.J. Brown, but I mean, come on, you can't sit here and slice this up that it's a good thing. You lose arguably the best player on the team in A.J. Brown, who
I think he is.
who just absolutely took Jair Alexander to the woodshed last year, who's looked at as one of the best cornerbacks in the NFL. This is a player that is a game-changing player. He makes up for mistakes on the field. That's how good he is. So to lose him is definitely a hit. But I do think the Eagles are equipped to handle it. I think it's going to be a big night for Saquon Barkley. So get your memberships in, everybody. I think we're giving away another Saquon Barkley jersey. You know, we talked about Goddard a little bit this morning because, you know, and you kind of misconstrued what I said about Devontae Smith. You said, oh, you know, Devontae's never done it as a one. When you lose A.J. Brown, right, everybody moves up one, right? Devontae's going to become the first option. Dallas Goedert's going to become the second option. Jahan Dotson's going to become the third option. I feel good about Devontae Smith being a wide receiver one as an individual. I'm not talking about team accolades. You know,
I feel the playoff game, he had 150 yards.
Right. I feel good about the replacement for one tonight because I'm so confident in the player that Devontae Smith is. I don't feel too great on. I mean, look, I know people aren't going to like this. I don't feel great about Dallas Goedert. Every time he seems to have gotten a bigger role in this offense, which hasn't been much, he gets injured or something. He just doesn't. He hasn't lived up to what he should be, and some of that is because he's got AJ and Devontae in front of him. I get it, but you know that's my concern tonight a little bit. Is forget Dotson a little bit for a second. Can Dallas Goedert handle a 10 to 12 target load tonight? I don't know. We'll see if he can. Hopefully he can. He's obviously a talented tight end. I don't think talent has ever been Goddard's problem, but
it's holding up.
Yeah, holding up, and then just handling that bigger workload. And then Dotson, look, we sent a third-round pick for you, guy. This is your opportunity to prove that we didn't overpay there or we didn't, judge your talent wrong. He was a wide receiver too in Washington, remember. Now, they didn't have a quarterback like Jalen Hurts or they didn't have an offense like we do in our offensive line or any of those things, but he struggled mightily to be a wide receiver too in Washington. Am I sure that he's going to be able to fill those shoes tonight? No, I'm not. But, that's why we play the games. We're going to see how it plays out tonight. I think Saquon Barkley is going to be a big role tonight, man. I think they're going to rely on the running game more tonight than people are expecting. I think lower passing numbers for Jalen tonight. I think around 200 yards, 210, 220, somewhere in that range. I think Devontae Smith probably has a big night. But
if they do that, they win.
Well, if
you throw the ball a ton, you're going to lose.
And I don't think they're going to come into this throwing the ball a ton when you lose a guy like AJ Brown. But
right.
Your point is well taken too, though.
You're right, Justo. Barkley, hey, can he hold up? I agree with you.
Sure, you're right, man.
What were you going to say,
Xander? What's that?
What were you going to say?
I lost my train of thought there, but I was going to wait. What was I about to say there? I was about to say
about Barkley or about Devontae or about AJ not being.
Oh no, you brought up a good point about the playoff game when sometimes receivers will get 100 yards and they're inconsequential yards on the game. Sometimes a receiver will get 100 yards and it's takeover yards that win you the football game.
AJ.
Right. So Devontae had those inconsequential 150 yards in the playoff game. We barely had a touchdown in that game.
I didn't even know he had that many yards.
We need to have a good offensive plan, and the defense needs to have a good night as well to make this full thing work and to get the win tonight. But Devontae just getting 100 yards doesn't mean you're going to win the ball game tonight. You got to do more than just get him the ball. It takes more than one. Obviously, it's a team game. So everybody's going to have to step up. They're going to have to move the sticks. They're going to have to keep that offense on the field as much as they can. And then on the defensive side, you got to pressure Kirk Cousins, man. You got to make him get rid of the football. Don't let him sit there and pick you apart. Get pressure on him. Make him get that ball out. If you do that, I don't think that's going to be that hard of a game. I really don't. I don't think this Falcons team is ready to compete with the best in the NFL. I think they have a good roster. I think they have good potential. I don't think they're ready to put it all down yet to compete with the best in the league.
So you're giving the Eagle front seven the benefit of the doubt that they're going to get pressure tonight because they were nowhere to be seen in game one.
Maybe that's a little bit John McMullen jaded, who's been telling me all week that he's giving him a mulligan for Corinthians Field and all that crap.
I don't think that's out of hand.
No, it's not crazy out of hand. But look, at the end of the day, it is the NFL, Sills. I mean, how many excuses? We can't give you that excuses. You're not paid $17 million to cry about the field. You're paid $17 million.
I'm not giving it a lot. but I'm giving it some.
Right, giving it some. So we'll see. If they can get some pressure tonight, though, I don't think Kirk Cousins can stand a chance to beat this defense. So we'll see. The no holes defense.
Oh, Jesus, not that great thing. Hey,
shout out to the guys who sent me some graphics over the weekend. Forrest sent me some, M. Reyes and Abe. They all sent me some T-shirt design stills. I think you're going to like them. So I'm working on some stuff. I'll get back to all of you guys either today or tomorrow after the game.
Okay, hey, Prince. Prince tonight. Yeah, no, Hurts has to be the guy. Hurts has to be the guy, right?
Yeah. Look, Prince is right. You're right. And you brought up how you don't think the wide receiver room is good. I mean, shit, man. If any team in the league loses their number one wideout, they're not going to have a great wide receiver room. It's just how the NFL goes. There's not enough guys to go around. There's not enough guys to fit in your salary cap to have 3 great players. They're 4. I mean, based on the way you frame it.
How I look at it is some of the great quarterbacks that are in the game today, you can lose wide receivers left and right. They lose Hollywood Brown and KC. It doesn't matter.
That's where Prince is right.
Stephon Diggs was lost, and they're 2-0 Buffalo still.
If you have an elite quarterback who plays like an elite quarterback, it's not an issue.
It's not an issue.
We need Jalen Hurts to be that elite quarterback tonight.
Yep.
Prove it again. Let's get back at it. Let's get back to Jalen Hurts' form and quit the turnovers, man. We got to get rid of those turnovers. You're going on 6 straight games, I think, going back to last year with an interception. I put the over-under at 0.5 on the interceptions for Hurts tonight. And John, he goes, over. I'm like, oh, shit. You don't think there's any correction.
More than 2?
No, more than 1. So I put it at 1. I put it at half. So, an interception loses you the bet. But
okay, boss man. There you go. Go get him. Go get him. I'm with you. There's no excuses.
That doesn't look any given Sunday still though, right? I mean, look, I get it, and we've been pretty good against Kirk Cousins in the past, but that doesn't mean you walk in here, asleep at the wheel. Let's go.
When you lose your best player in your offense.
Yeah, it's true.
There's no Watt, but Huff and pass rush must eat in right. They have to. Dude, just let me get to the other takes here. All right. So have you heard anything, Xander? Thank you, by the way. I appreciate the super chats, guys. Please hit the like button. Thank you. Have you heard anything on what they're going to do with Quinyon Mitchell and Isaiah Rodgers tonight?
I have not heard anything. I think John's right, though. I mean, look, there's rumblings. Cooper DeJean is getting closer to ready. And with the heavy run game tonight that we're expecting from Atlanta with Bijan Robinson, he's good in that run blitz. So maybe Cooper DeJean gets more time tonight. I think it should be a split here. Cooper out there.
You're going to put a guy on the field against a pro.
Still, you don't draft a corner, though, at 22 overall, who's already proven through 1 week.
I'm just talking about reps.
He has the potential to be a great outside corner, and then you move him inside for a guy who hasn't played football in a year and a half. And when he did in Indianapolis, he was soft. He was soft. He was not a good tackler. He's not physical. He's not he's a good coverage guy. I don't think they're going to move Quinyon Mitchell to the slot to get Isaiah Rodgers in the field. I just don't think they're going to do it. I don't think it. Look, the other thing that factors into my
matchup favors him against their 2 best players, not Drake London.
Dude,
Drake London is not
Isaiah Rodgers is a better matchup for Drake London?
No, I think Quinyon in the slot against Kyle and Bijan is a better matchup.
Well, that you could argue, but Drake London's going to pick on Isaiah
Dude,
Rodgers.
I put Keely Ringo out there on Drake London, and I'm good with it.
Well, Keely Ringo's, but he's not going to get the time. It's not going to be Keely Ringo. It would be Isaiah Rodgers, who's not big and not physical. And you're telling me 6'4" Drake London.
Do you think they're going to try to get the ball to him? Or do you think they're going to try to get the ball to Bijan? Like you said in progression a couple of minutes ago, and Nick even said it too at his press conference. The offense goes through AJ, Devontae, Dallas, and Saquon. Well, in Atlanta, the offense goes through Bijan, Kyle, and Drake. Why would I put Quinyon on the 3rd best guy when I get him on the best guy or the 2 best guys? Doesn't it make more sense to put my more talented guy on the best threat that Atlanta has?
Well, it does make sense from that standpoint, but I don't think it's that simple. I mean, so you're saying you'd rather have Quinyon in the slot so he can match up with Kyle Pitts. And then who are you going to have on Drake London then? I guess Slay?
Slay.
Yeah.
I might, you know what I might even do, Xander? I might flip him. wherever he goes. And I might do a little bit of that as well and have him and Slay go on the other side and keep my lesser guy on the weak side and move Slay back and forth. Because to me, dude, that slot position, Gardner Johnson and Avonte Maddox, and putting Avonte Maddox and CJ and Cooper DeJean versus those two guys, I think Atlanta has the advantage there. Avonte's not – he was terrible in game one. CJ was 50-50. And a guy who's only played against Northwestern in a preseason game for a couple reps against Minnesota, I don't know if I feel comfortable dropping him into a Monday Night Football game.
You're right.
Versus Bijan Robinson without at least getting him acclimated to the game. I mean,
you think? Let me ask you this: you think Vic Fangio could go to big nickel a lot tonight?
Yes.
Get an extra D back on the field.
Absolutely.
A hybrid. Here's my worry with the big nickel.
But that has to mean you're stopping the run.
Exactly. That's where I was going next. That's got to mean your front four are playing lights out. Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Bryce Huff, Josh Sweat, they all got to show up tonight. And Milton when he gets rotated in. If those guys get pressure and you can play big nickel, I don't think you're going to have a problem with Drake or Kyle Pitts. I really don't. Because then you're going to have valuable enough. You're going to be able to double up the guy that you're weak on, and have two bodies on him. I think the big nickel could suit you well tonight, but you do worry about Bijan Robinson. If it looks anything like the second half did last week in terms of run defense, Bijan Robinson is going to have a field day. So,
do you think Jalen runs a lot tonight?
I appreciate the super chat, man, but I don't think he should, but he might. I mean, shoot, I think it's going to be a game-by-game basis on that. And I don't want to put a ceiling or a limit on what Jalen should do. And I understand
carries in week one.
I understand why people do. I understand why you do it, Steels. I understand even why sometimes I say that's not sustainable for our starting quarterback. But at the end of the day, Hurts is going to do what he wants to do in any given moment of a game to try and win that set game. So some games, it might mean he runs the ball 3 or 4 times because everything else is working and he doesn't have to. But if winning the game tonight or getting a first down tonight or whatever situation it is requires him to run the ball, he's going to run the ball. Now, maybe that amounts to too many runs and we're upset with that, but I think he's going to continue to do what he needs to do to win a game depending on the flow of each game, right? I mean, each game has its own identity. Each game is different. So I try not to put a limit or a number on it because, one game it could be 3 or 4, and the other game it could be 15 because, he needed to get the first down and continue the drive so he can win a ball game. I try not to put a limit on it from that regard, but I do understand the concern where, you're paying the guy $50+ million, your season is going to go as far as he's going to take you. So if you're going to run him 14 times and he gets hurt, shit, man, you might as well kiss your season goodbye. So I get it from that perspective, but can't legislate injury. Let's let it play out. Hurts has to be a smart runner. If he's going to run smart. We need you for the next play, not only that play. So be a smart runner, and we'll be in good shape at that.
Let me tell you this tonight. Tonight is my due date for rent with Jordan Davis and with Jalen Carter.
I think it's fair.
You have sucked for about 12 games against the run. This has got to stop, man. You're the 9th and the 13th pick. Do your job tonight because I think this game, like you said, this game comes down. What's the number one thing that you thought in that Steeler game, if you go back and watch, Cam Hayward pushing that pocket back.
Yeah.
I talked to Clint Hurt about this. You know what?
That
they pushed that pocket back. How many times was he thrown with 3 dudes around him? And here's Watt coming around the perimeter and getting him on the ground.
Yeah.
Even if you're not getting there, I told Clint, I go, get their hands up. He's 6'6". Make it hard for him to see across the middle of the field because that's your dead zone is the middle of the field. And he goes, I know, we got to get pressure. They've got to push that pocket back, man. They have totally got to push that pocket back.
You're absolutely
Nolan Smith and Bryce Huff have to play. I'm not saying like TJ, but they got to be a form of that.
No, you're right. There's no doubt. I mean, look, that defensive line, if they don't create pressure tonight, I don't think it's going to be a good night. I mean, look, you're talking about a team that, we lose A.J. Brown. Our defense was, a little suspect in the run in week 1. If they can't get pressure on the front, Kirk Cousins might be able to pick us apart, even if he is a statue. So you're right. I mean, what you said is spot on. And by the way, if those two guys are able to do that, Jordan and Jalen Carter in the middle, I think Bryce Huff has a night if they're able to do that. Because, if you watch that game tape, especially of that week 1 game, and I ran it back several times just because I was watching different things each time. Bryce Huff did beat his man to the spot a couple of times where if he was able to put his foot in the ground and turn, he might have gotten there. But there was one, there's a couple of plays where he got it and boom, the feet slip out. And then you could see he lost confidence. Instead of hitting that turn hard and cutting under and going, he was almost taking it more upright because he didn't want to let his feet get out from under him. So he was going slower. He was taking it at a different angle. So if they could get that pressure up the middle and Bryce Huff can get to that spot early, the field's not going to be an issue tonight. I think Bryce Huff could get home a couple times a night.
And I do think Achilles is a factor for him. How about this, boss man? It may not actually be an injury factor, but it's a mental factor. Because sometimes when you come back from injury, you're still not sold it's solid.
Here's the other factor, too.
You're watching a little of that with Aaron Rodgers. When Aaron Rodgers is in the pocket with the Jets, you could see that a little bit with him and him not being completely comfortable on his feet, too. So that's where I say get that internal pressure on Cousins because that could be a factor in tonight's game.
Well, remember, here's the other thing with Kirk Cousins. And, boss man, appreciate the super. I think you're spot on with is it a factor? It definitely is. Kirk Cousins in his career has never had a big injury. He's never missed significant time like this where he needed to go, under the knife and get a big surgery. This is new to him in a way. He never missed games in his career like this. So he gets a massive injury. He's coming back for the first time. He doesn't look. When I was in college, I had a massive ankle surgery. I had what's called osteomyelitis in my ankle, which is a bone infection. I got home from Christmas break. My mom takes a look at my ankle. She's like, "Son, you need to get to the emergency room because I've been walking. I don't care." I'm like, "I don't know what's going on with my ankle. It just hurts. It's all black and blue." But you get off that surgery that first time and you're like, whoa, it feels different, So it's his first big injury, coming out of that. I think even if the ankle is fine, even if the Achilles is fine or whatever it was he had, he might not be comfortable. He might not be confident, and then Bossman brings it up again. He's 36. That's tough sledding to get back to form that quickly after a big injury like that. So, we'll see what he's able to do, but I do think you got to, if he's a statue in there, you got to get pressure on him to make him get rid of the football.
Zach Bond. I'm sorry, man. If this guy has
Zach Bond, baby.
Hey, I don't know, man. You are you expecting him to have? How about this? I'm not even going to go to the Green Bay game. Are you expecting him to be in the room of that Green Bay game where he continues his improvement?
Look. I keep saying I watched that
because I'll get on my knees for Howie if I see a 10+ tackle game, I'm going to walk around on my Howie Rosemans, my knee pads. If that guy does that tonight, because that'll be the find of the decade.
Look, I watched that tape, man. That dude was everywhere.
He was.
He was all over the field in that
was.
one game, man. He really was. So, look, if he can do half of that. If he can be that player to some extent, I think you got a linebacker that exceeds what we expected coming into the season, which is big thing for us because look, coming into the year, we were like, well, his linebacking core might be bottom of the league again. If Zach Bond plays like that or 60% of that every week, we're not going to be a bottom of the line linebacking core, and that will make the defense better. Look, Vic Fangio's system in a way relies on good linebacker play. And when linebackers play good, the whole defense is going to play good. So tonight is a good chance for everybody to get their, to get going. If Zach Bond can be that again and that defensive line can get some pressure, I do think, the defense is going to look a lot better tonight.
How about this? Do you think the key could be this? Who has the better game, Barkley or Bijan? If one of those guys has like a superstar game, is that the outcome? Because in my opinion, I think Barkley's the key tonight for the success of the team. I don't think Devontae is. I think running the football is, and I think just being proficient in the passing game. Because, dude, A.J. Brown was a great football player in that Green Bay game, but one of the game was Barkley.
Yeah, but here's the difference.
Just like Kamara. Kamara was the factor in that Saints game.
Yeah, you're right. But that Atlanta offense is going to rely, I think, a lot more on Bijan. When you talk about Saquon, he was an addition to an already great offense.
If Saquon Barkley's not on the field for the Eagles in that Green Bay game, you lose.
Well, yeah, I mean, he had 3 touchdowns, so it's easy to say that now. Shit, man.
Well, no. Well, that's why I say these two guys are integral parts in what they're going to do. Look, who's Devin White? He's Snow White. He's Betty White. Nobody cares about him anymore. He's done. Goodbye. I don't want to talk about a guy who quits on his team and on himself. Okay? We talk about winners here. That's what JAKIB Sports is. Devin White is a turd. Please, Xander. We're not wasting our time.
Sean, I had 28-17. You know I got you, brother. By 10 plus. He says 10 at least.
Devin White is like Jay Brown. He's a turd. Okay.
Oh, you're piling on Jay Brown. Jay Brown had my back. He had my back every day in the chat. Last week I took a chirp at him, and he's been holding it again. Now he's chirping me in the chat. It's all right, Jay Brown. I love you, brother. No worries, man.
Don't worry about him. Go ahead, man.
No, look, I think tonight's a big, Saquon Barkley is going to be a big role tonight. I think you're right about that, but I think it's going to be more relying on the run, maybe early and often to set up the pass a little bit. You don't have A.J. Brown, so you can't just come in and start, tossing. AJ Brown, the thing about AJ Brown is he masks a lot of mistakes. He makes you look better.
But his yards after catch.
And just sometimes you can just say, toss it up to him and he's going to go get it. Or even last week, when he broke up the interception, again, that Jalen Hurts almost threw. He became a defensive back in a split second. So you're not going to have that as much, which is why I think Barkley, it's going to be more traditional tonight. Let Barkley run the ball, set up some play action, set up, the passing game by running the ball effectively early and often, and that'll open things up for Devontae Smith, for Dallas Goedert, and even for Jahan Dotson.
Here's the one thing I'll say to you about Jahan Dotson tonight, okay? He was a bust in D.C.
I got a feeling he's on the milk carton tomorrow.
Hold on. Now, wait a minute. He has an opportunity tonight to do this personally and career-wise. Okay, you could make the argument. Let's do both sides of it here. Okay, you could make the argument. They threw to one guy. He was a CeeDee Lamb, and that was Terry McLaurin. Okay, but you also have to look at the quarterbacks they had. Very inconsistent guys. As many yards as Sam Howell threw, he did throw for like 28 interceptions also a year ago. So you could make that argument. He didn't have a lot of good quarterback play. Was inconsistent. Yeah, Daniel Snyder. The whole fucking thing was a train wreck. Yeah. He's the 16th pick in the draft. Now, you come to Philly, and here's an opportunity. Brown's out. Remember what AJ and everybody said, that Dotson's going to have an opportunity here. There's going to be a time where his opportunity is going to come. Well, here it is. You come in there and you give them 5 catches tonight for about 70, 80 yards. You're going to get yourself back in a conversation where people around the league are going to go like this. Well, it was DC. Right. Because isn't that what they said about Reddick?
Yeah.
They went like this about Reddick. Why are you on 3 different teams and 3 different teams blow you out and they don't re-sign you? Well, it was Carolina and Arizona. Okay, so now you're looking at Reddick as being a premier pass rush guy, and he's holding teams hostage or a team hostage right now. So you're looking at Reddick in a different light. Reddick changed the narrative on himself. He's a premier pass rusher. Okay, Dotson can do the same thing tonight by changing a narrative or begin that process of changing that, because you're either going to be Quez Watkins or you're going to be a guy, the 16th pick in the draft. Yeah, that starts tonight.
And he's going to get paid somewhere if he's able to do that. And it's not going to be this year; it'll be after next year. But
that's right.
It's not going to be in Philly. But this is my fear.
Quez Dotson.
This is my fear, and you brought it up there. Joe Whip brings it up in the chat. Appreciate you, Joe Whip. I don't know, man. Look, he was the number 2. I know Sam Howell stinks. I get it. I get it. The whole thing in Washington is a train wreck. I get it. He had a couple years ago to be the number 2 option as the 16th overall pick. He is given every opportunity to be a competent wide receiver. I don't look. I know Sam Howell stunk, but just for the sake of the argument,
he did have like $4,000 or some shit. I don't know.
He threw for 39-46 last year and 21 touchdowns. That's about what Jalen Hurts threw for less yards than that last year. And you had a 1,500-yard wideout in AJ and a 1,000-yard wideout in Devontae. Jahan Dotson has not done shit in the league. So Do I hope he can live up to it? Yes. Am I relying on him though tonight? No. I'm going to Devontae Smith. I'm going to Dallas Goedert, and I'm going to Saquon Barkley. I don't want to hear Jahan Dotson needs to be this big impact player. If you're relying on him to win the game tonight, I think it's a losing formula. I think you lose the game. You said it in the open, Sills. Go to the money.
Yeah.
Dallas Goedert's making $15 million. Saquon Barkley's making $12 million.
Right.
Devontae Smith's making. Go to the money. Forget Jahan Dotson. I know we need him. All right, he's there as the wide receiver too. You go to your other options, run the offense through them.
Let me. I got two more for you here, Xander, but I want to make sure we get this in here too. Hey guys, don't forget BetUS, man. This is our betting home. We are teamed up with BetUS here at JAKIB Sports. We're so proud to be able to bring this to you, especially on a game like tonight, Monday Night Football, Falcons and Eagles. Great opportunity for you to be involved with this. 150% bonuses on your first 3 deposits of up to $2K plus 200% in crypto bonuses, all set up for you. Please go to betus.com.pa. Make sure you make your bets here. Fastest payouts, live wagering on all major games. If you want your own personalized accountant, they will set you up there with that. Make sure you go betus.com.pa. That's betus.com.pa. Couple more here for you, Xander. Kellen Moore tonight. That's going to be pretty interesting tonight to see how he overcomes the loss of A.J. Brown tonight, because he's also going to have to work with not having that personnel out there too, because John said something really smart this morning. He says a ton of things that are smart, but he's right. You get your installment game plan on Tuesday.
Yeah.
That's when you get your game plan.
Yep.
You get it, your tablet, you got it all set up. Dude, when you get that on a Saturday, the news that one of your key components
Sunday.
Okay, you're talking 24 hours to the game. You've got to reevaluate your entire game plan. And this is going to be interesting to see how Jalen and both Kellen adapt to this for tonight, because that's not that easy to do that, because you had a whole week of installments and all of a sudden that's out the window now. That's like basically it's almost like an in-game adjustment on a Sunday getting ready for tonight's game.
No doubt. Look, and here's the thing I'll say about Kellen Moore. It's one thing to be a great offensive coordinator when you got $180 million of offensive assets in your
For sure.
portfolio. When you lose A.J. Brown on a whim at the last second, and now you got to draw up a new game plan, you got to get a guy like Dotson involved. You got to get, Goddard more involved. You got to draw up different plays for Saquon. Now you're using your intelligence. Tonight's going to be a great test to see how good is Kellen Moore. Because look, the reality is, if you're in the NFL world, and I'm not, I'm just saying, if you're a coach or, you're somebody in that world, you could look at this offense and be like, yeah, they were the number 5 ranked offense in the league, but look at their personnel. And you might not give that much credit to Kellen Moore. Tonight's where he could, earn his money in a way, where you show how good you are of an offensive mind. On a quick turnaround, you produce a great offense with A.J. Brown out. Could be a night that Kellen Moore shows how creative he is with different route combinations, with different, looks for Goddard, with different looks for, Jahan Dotson. We'll see. But I do think you're right. It's going to be, the pressure's on him tonight. I would imagine he didn't get much sleep last night after learning that A.J. Brown is down. But he probably had a couple nights. Remember, A.J. went down on Friday, didn't practice on Friday. He said he had tightness in the hamstring on Friday, didn't practice Saturday, was announced Sunday he was going to miss the game. Something tells me they probably Friday. Hey man, A.J. Brown's not looking good. Start to get the game plan ready if we don't have A.J. So, I do think he had a couple nights, but definitely going to test him tonight, man. How good of an offensive mind are you when you lose your top weapon like this? And he's not going to bail you out of every bad situation anymore. So it's going to come down to Kellen Moore tonight, big time. And Jalen Hurts. I mean, look, we can talk about everything in the world. We could talk about this. We could talk about that. We talk about Barkley, Goddard, Dotson, defense. It's on Jalen Hurts tonight.
Oh, absolutely.
You said it. You said it. If you're Patrick Mahomes, you can lose Tyreek Hill and still put up a Super Bowl. If you're Joe Burrow, maybe not right now, but Joe Burrow, you lose a wide receiver 1, you're still a great player. You're Josh Allen, you lose wide receivers, you still play great. You're Jalen Hurts, You got to be able to lose A.J. Brown and still put together a great offensive night. That's the reality. When you're making 50+ million, you got to be elite. Tonight's his chance to go and be elite. If he's elite tonight, Sills, this conversation doesn't matter. We're gonna smoke this team. It all comes down to Jalen Hurts, like it always does.
And I will say this too: you create a lot of confidence in that building. If that guy goes out there and wins a game and they win it comfortably without A.J. Brown tonight, you send a vibe in that building here. I want to get to Jason here. I think Bijan will get his yards, but defense will make some stops to win the game. Also, Barkley and Goddard have to be the focus of the offense tonight. Jason, the reason that I agree with you, I think it's got a lot to do with the middle of the field, because I think that's the weakest part of the Eagle defense. It's the middle of their defense. It just so happens that that's the weakest part of both sides of the ball. He's throwing across the middle of the field and also defending it. To me, it's what those linebackers are going to do. I don't think they have good cover linebackers. That's why I'm saying put Quinyon in the slot there to go against the better personnel that Atlanta has. Me putting him – look, Avante, and like I said earlier, Xander, Avante and CJ versus those other guys, I think that's an advantage to Atlanta. I mean, I think that's advantage Atlanta, not Philadelphia. You put Quinyon in there, I think you stalemate that, and I think you end up getting that. I think you get the win there with that. I got to ask you something else here.
Yeah,
here, by the way, thank you, Ron. I appreciate you.
Ron, appreciate it, man. Thank you for supporting our channel. Love you, brother. Welcome to the membership. You're now entered into the giveaway for Saquon Barkley. 125 tonight, Sills. Let's go. Let's go, Barkley.
How about this? I'm watching that Bears game last night, and I'm going, you paid a guy $9 million, and you don't give DeAndre Swift the ball like ever? He's got 48 yards in 2 weeks. I mean, dude, I understand you want to get Caleb Williams going, but at what expense? Why in the world would you? I mean, look at this. Look at what the Eagles did in the first week. You gave that guy $8 million. Well, he earned his dough in that first week, Barkley. That guy earned that money in the first week. Swift's got 48 yards rushing. I mean, dude, look at the last two running backs that Philly's had. Miles Sanders had 1,300 yards. The next year he leaves. You have had two Pro Bowl running backs because of that offense and that offensive line. Hey, that to me, that's another, for me, you've got to get that back going, because when you get that back going, they're a physical football team. If they sit back there and they throw the ball 30, 40 times, you make that game closer, that you don't have to make that game closer.
No, you're 100% right, Sills. 100%. No, you're spot on tonight. So, look, Kellen Moore's got to have the right game plan tonight. Hurts got to step up. Everybody's got to step up. I mean, look, that's the reality. You lose A.J. Brown, guess what? I don't care who you are. If you're on that field tonight as an offensive player, and that goes to the offensive lineman as well, everybody has to play one step better tonight than they were going to without A.J. You want to win the game, next man up. That's Philly. That's our mentality. You're celebrating Nick Foles tonight, for crying out loud. The ultimate next man up. Everybody steps up. This team handles business easy money.
Finally here, the one player tonight that you think will get the game ball tonight.
I'm going to go Jalen Hurts. I think no interceptions tonight. I think he manages the offense flawlessly after a shaky start to the year. I think he distributes the ball well. I think he uses the right people in the passing games at the right moments. I think he gets Dallas Goedert involved. Most importantly, clean operation, no turnovers, and he might have a rushing touchdown to help seal the game in a big moment when nothing else is working. So I got Jalen Hurts to be the MVP of the night.
I got Jalen Carter tonight.
Great one.
Stopping the run tonight wins that. Here, stop. You know what's funny? 1920 National Football League started. Run the ball, stop the run. Nothing's really changed. Okay? Look at Dallas. They got fucking ran over by the Saints. I mean, literally, hey, next time you see John McMullen, you make sure you tell him Big Sills. You make sure you tell him Big Sills is coming for him with that bullshit Micah Parsons take. Because you know why? He got ran over. I mean, on his back. They ran him over. Kamara was not touched in that game. Dude, I know that he shows flashes of being sensational, but when you play against, and get this, You guys were beat a year ago by Dallas and the Niners. The Cowboys got crushed by Arizona and now the Saints. We're not talking about world beaters here and teams that are fighting for a division and a conference title. We're talking about, I don't know, Dennis Allen Saints and Arizona, Jonathan Gannon's Cardinals. Dude, come on now.
Jonathan Gannon's team's looking pretty good, Sills.
Boy, that kid Kyler Murray yesterday, that wasn't the Kyler Murray that I've seen over the
it
time.
Wasn't. Perfect passer rating, throwing the ball, running around. He was amazing yesterday. So that whole team was really a special team yesterday. How about by the way, Big Sills, we got to talk about it. Big Sills, we got to talk about it. The Dallas Cowboys get destroyed. Wait, normally, Sills, the Cowboys are winning the September Super Bowl. That's no. The Cowboys they're not even winning the September Super Bowl this year. They just got thrashed by, as you pointed out, the Dennis Allen Saints. That was a joy to watch. When the Eagles don't play on Sunday and the Dallas Cowboys get absolutely throttled, it's a good day in Eagle Nation, baby. It's a good day in Eagle Nation.
I thought they put an APB out on for a murder charge by the Saints on the Cowboys front seven.
Oh, my God.
Hey, honest to God, I mean, you could have made an argument that the Saints are wanted for murder of killing the defensive front seven of the Cowboys because –
oh, my Lord. Dude, you know what the funniest part about it is?
14 possessions the Saints have. They scored on all of them so far this year.
I think Derek Carr threw the ball 11 times. If I'm not mistaken, he threw the ball. Let me look.
No, he had to throw the ball 20 times. It
seemed like you're going to laugh at this, dude. I'm telling you, you're going to laugh at this.
It seemed like he threw the ball 100 times in that game.
Derek Carr was 11 for 16 with 243 and 2 touchdowns. 11 for 16. He put up
11 completions,
44.
got him 250 yards.
243 yards. Yep. 11 completions. Now, Alvin Kamara had 20 carries for 115 and 3 tutties, mind you. But
180 total offense, I heard.
Yeah,
too.
I know. He was in the passing game, too. So that was a great.
Hey, how about that Buck team, dude? 10-3 since December 3rd of last year.
Don't sleep on that Buck team. And don't sleep on Baker Mayfield. That's a new man. Did you catch his on-field interview after that game? Yep. They're like, they're throwing shots at you, and he's like, doesn't even bring up himself. This is a team game. I'm proud of my team. All I'm saying is, I mean, look, I get it's a political answer, but that's a new man, right? You're talking about the guy in college that stamps the flag, and I loved it. I didn't dislike Baker at the time.
I didn't mind that.
I didn't either. But I'm saying he's a more mature man, and he learned from what went wrong in his NFL career. I think he could be in Tampa for a few years here. He could go on a run in Tampa, and if he plays, contained, I think they could be a pretty good team, man. That one touchdown
for Brady too. Remember that
to Chris Godwin yesterday. Boom, he drops, pump fakes, boom. I was like, that was beautiful. That was a thing of beauty to watch. So Baker Mayfield's red hot, Derek Carr's red hot, and by the way, those are our next two opponents: is the Saints and the Bucs. So the Eagles got to get going tonight. What we thought were going to be 2 wins versus Saints and the Bucs. I still think they're going to be wins. But you got to play well. These aren't walk in the parks. These are 2 teams that are playing well. By the way, New Orleans did that in Dallas. Dallas didn't lose a game at home till the playoffs last year when they got destroyed by Green Bay. That's impressive that they went into Jerry's world in front of Jerry, sitting in his box like he always is, and absolutely ripped that team open. Ripped them open.
Xander, finally here, he just gave me, folks, massive content. In the last 20 games, Baker Mayfield has outplayed Jalen Hurts. Holy cow. I never thought about that, but he has. He's outplayed him.
That's a shitty topic, dude.
And he's got a win over him, and he's 1-1 versus him in the last 20 games. Wow. What a great take, Xander. I didn't realize that since he's been in Tampa. By the way, you know what? The Rams may go the other way. The Bucs may fill that Rams hole right now, is what I'm saying. You actually, in a way.
Pause.
Okay.
That's a pause, everybody. I need to get a pause in the chat for Sileo there. Sills doesn't understand what I'm talking about. That was a pause, no diddy from Sills. You guys hit me with that all the time.
20 games. Baker Mayfield's outplayed him. Amazing. It works both ways. Atlanta was founded out by Brown, is out. Atlanta have been game planning AJ. So, okay, yeah. So now they have to adjust as well. Hopefully more is better. But, hey, Fat Face or Fat Mac Philly or whatever the fuck you're called. Fuck
Fat Mac,
Philly.
I love you, brother.
Hey,
wait, Sills, before I go, I got something I want to play with you from
All
Bet
right.
US. All right, it's gonna be fun. I want everybody in the chat to contribute as well. I want to bring this up. This is the numbers tonight, the over-unders on Jalen Hurts' number. And then I also have Devontae and Saquon, I believe.
Oh, let's do it.
Yeah, let's play this now first with Jalen Hurts. Everybody in the chat, Sills, hit me with that first one, brother. You want to hit me with it? Or you want me to hit it?
I think he's under the 226.
Okay, so the passing yards are over
Because
under.
of AJ not being there, I think he's probably around 208, somewhere in there.
I'm telling you, I had a good read because Bet US put up a post earlier. They're giving away an old 1960s Ford Mustang. If you know me, you know I like Mustangs. And if you guessed the exact number for Jalen Hurts' passing yards tonight,
208.
You're gonna win. I guessed 224 before I saw this. So I'm like, ooh, I'm right at the number 224 on 226 tonight. I'm going under. I'm going slightly under. I think it's going to be more of a running game tonight, but I like that number. That's a pretty good number. What does everybody have in the chat? I see some under completions, over, under passing touchdowns. We'll get to them. Sills, passing completions over under 20.5.
Under 17 he has.
Okay, that's not bad.
Like 23 or 17.
17 and 23, but got it. That works. And then passing TDs over under 1.5.
I think he gets one to Barkley and one to Devontae or Goddard.
that's
So I
gonna be
say
over.
2.
Yeah, I'm going to
I'd
say
say
over on that. I think Hurts throws multiple touchdowns. I actually think he could throw 3 touchdowns tonight. I think Barkley could help you between the 20s.
I think he could have 3
and they might get down to the red zone and Hurts takes over and has a couple touchdowns tonight through the air. So I'm going under. I'm going under on the completions as well. I think it's going to be I thought Sills' number was perfect, right around 17 completions. And then I'm going to go over on the passing touchdowns. And then we'll go to the next graphic, Sills. We'll have running back, wide receiver duos. You have Saquon on your left there, Devontae Smith on your right. Saquon rushing yards over under 78.5. Over for sure for me as well.
I got him over 100.
Yeah, I do too tonight. I think it's a big running game. I think put it this way. I think I'm ordering another Saquon Barkley jersey to give away to one channel member this week.
Okay.
So I'm going over on Saquon.
I think he's over
and then Devontae Smith sells over under 75.5.
Over. I think he's 115 catches, 115 yards tonight.
Okay. So you got over on the running back, wide receiver props. I like it. Good stuff there. What does everybody have in the chat? We got some over, under 78.5. So you have under on the Saquon MG. Smith over for Mr. Perez. Akbar says Jalen not thrown over 200 yards tonight. Akbar is down. Smith, Sills, you got my man Akbar way down on Jalen Hurts. Shout out to Bet US though. Thank you for those great graphics on the over-unders. Make sure everybody goes over and puts their bets in.
Akbar's coming around to having some common sense in his head instead of 4,800 yards and 37 touchdowns like Xander has with those green glasses and 17-3 or whatever the hell he has.
MVP.
Where are we on the like list, my friend?
Let me check for you, brother.
Hey, guys, don't forget.
238 likes. We got 680 plus watching on YouTube. Another few hundred on our other platforms. JAKIB Nation is showing up today. Appreciate all of you guys in the chat.
Don't forget also our pregame show. What is it, 7 o'clock Eastern? We're going to
7 p.m. tonight. Pregame will be live with Sileo and I, and then we'll get John McMullen on live from Lincoln Financial Field. He will be down at the stadium. So should be a good pregame show tonight. And then as well, postgame, baby. Instant reaction with Sills, myself, and John McMullen. Going to be a great show tonight on postgame Sills. I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm looking forward to it. Long day. Eagles season is here. I'm back up in the morning on Birds 365. I'm high on Eagles football, Big Sills.
26-23. I have And I saw you post something. Me and John are right in the same room. I didn't know that what John had said.
I'm going to update it once I get your prediction.
Yeah, I got 26-23.
Yeah.
Eagles will win the game, but I think this bad puppy is going to be a close one. Now, if you want to go to Bet US and take the number, I think you'd be cool to take the number in Atlanta because right now it was 6. It's now 5.5. I think you're still getting there.
If you've been listening to Sills for the last 4 years, if that's not the most classic Sills thing, riding both sides of the fence.
No.
To win, but if you want to bet the Falcons on the money,
all I'm saying to you was Big Sill said it last week. If you got 25 or more carries, you win the ball game. If you don't, you lose it. And what happened? Hey, nothing to do with Hurts tonight. It's again to do with Barkley because you know why? Your guy's mediocre. The guy in the building is Barkley. Barkley, baby. Barkley season. He's going to be an MVP candidate now that Christian McCaffrey's out a month. Hey, dude, if he puts another 125 yards up tonight, you're going to put him in a cut. I'll tell you what. John Mara will have a heart attack tonight if Barkley puts another 125 and 3 burgers up tonight. He'll have a heart attack.
SOS for John Mara. Is he okay? Is he alive? Is he okay if Barkley goes off tonight? Look, I put my prediction out on Birds 365, 28-17. I don't think that Atlanta offense is going to be clicking enough with Kirk yet to put up a lot of points tonight. So 17 for them. I think it's a measly 17, by the way. A couple field goals in there. Nothing pretty for the Atlanta Falcons. And I think Eagles put up 28. Obviously, you lose AJ. It's a tough loss, but Jalen Hurts puts the squad on the back, baby, and he marches this team to victory. Eagles are going to be 2-0, baby, going into week 3.
Okay. We'll see what happens tonight. We'll see if they round it up tonight without AJ. Hey, I want to see what he does without AJ Brown. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, look, you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but we have
different. If he loses that game, you're going to think like, oh God, I'm going to come down on him like a bolt of lightning.
Big Sills, we'll be here for it because, look, we're in this thing together whether you guys like it or not. Jalen Hurts needs to take this team to the promised land. So the pressure's on, and I don't think we have high expectations for the guy. I think that's a good thing.
It is.
We want to be great. We're a team that is competing with the top of the league.
You're talking right championship.
Exactly. We're not talking about, let's hope we can make the playoffs this year. We're trying to be great. We're trying to win Super Bowls. We're that type of team. It's a beautiful time to be an Eagles fan. This team is in good hands. Jalen Hurts will answer the Sileo calls.
Yeah.
And he will be the elite player we need him to be tonight.
Baker Mayfield has outplayed him in 20 games.
Baker Mayfield's good, so I'm not going to slander Baker Mayfield.
I can't believe that he's turned his career around like that.
Yeah, Baker looks good, man.
Look, wait a minute. Look, fired from Cleveland, fired from Carolina, moved on from the Rams. This is 4th team in 4 years, dude. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, look, take the Carolina.
They're not taking the Bucs to the NFC title game or anything. But I mean,
no, but that's a team that's I think is going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, dude. Awesome stuff. We'll catch you on the pregame show and then also on the postgame show. And don't forget Birds 365 in the morning. Please hit the like button. Xander, thanks a lot, my buddy.
Appreciate everybody. Thank you all in the chat. We're up to 260 likes. Thank you guys. You guys are the best fans on YouTube. Appreciate each and every one of you. Best viewers, best Eagles fans in the world. So thank you guys. Sills, see you tonight on the pregame show, brother.
You got it. Well, not all of you are great. I mean, like Princess and, some of you other guys in there who think you are, but you're not like BJ or LJ, whatever he is. I forget what his handle is. Hit the like button. Nick Sirianni, also week 2 of the NFL. Hit that like button. Keep it here, National Football Show.
He's blocked well and tries to cut through the middle. Oh!
Your gut says Miami is going to win, and you should take the over. Your gut also said your NFT selfies would only go up in value. They didn't. But your head is on Sports Grid and knows the QB is in concussion protocol. The backup has a 45 QBR against the zone coverage. The New York D has the most sacks in the league. So yeah, trust your head. It's smarter to be on Sports Grid.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in,
Decisions,
the dark.
the dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
Hi everybody, my name's Jason Lombardi. I'm an inspector at DryTech. At DryTech we offer three major services, the first one being basement waterproofing. The second service we offer is foundation and structural repairs. And then the third service that we offer is mold remediation. If you feel you are having a waterproofing issue, give DryTech a call or check us out online.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wildwood days.
Plan your stay in the Wildwoods today.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Look at that fat puppy, man. Big sales. Hit the like button. Look at this. Numbers are in. #1 pregame show in Philly. How you doing? You know, you try to duplicate it, but you never can replicate it. And now you have the big dog with him. It's over. Over. Boom, like an arm wrestling contest. It's over. I don't give a shit who you have. Stats, Mike. How you doing? Big Sills puts, and Xander and John put the cape on. That's all you need. How you doing? Okay. We welcome. By the way, you guys make it happen. Okay, without us, man. Big Sills can sit here and talk all the shit he wants, but without you guys, man, that pregame show and our postgame show is not the #1 show in Philly for Eagle Talk for a reason. It's because of you guys. Thank you so much. And by the way, all you guys that help us out so much in the algorithm, I can't thank you. Like Snot Nor or BJ or Princess or J-Bone, all you guys, keep posting away. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Taking over. There you go, flexing. Keep posting away. Thank you. Snot Nor football, baby. Keep it up, Snot Nor. How you doing? Beautiful stuff here, man. Absolutely. Still stop making me blush. Let's get back to business. That's like Xander, too. Okay, enough with the pleasantries, man. That's exact. Senor's like this. Senor, are you from Philly? Or you must be from somewhere that has some balls. You can't be from LA or anything like that, because folks, some people in LA have balls. Most of them have one cut off, though. There you go. Come on, princess. Come on, brother. Keep that algorithm going, you piece of shit. I love you, though, Prince. I can't thank you enough, you and your shit takes. Come on, Prince. I actually like the guy, and I can't wait to have a beer with him soon. I don't know why, but there's something about that guy that makes me want to, I don't know, have a beer with him. I don't know. He might be a decent human. He might not be. I don't know. Whatever, baby. Come on, Prince. Hit that like button, you scumbag. Let's get Sills in a green jersey. Saints next week. That's going to be a great football game next week. We're going to look at week 2 of the National Football League. But let's get to BJ/LJ's favorite coach in the history of the Philadelphia Eagles, Fredo Sirianni. Okay? Fredo Sirianni, 12 wins and Sills. Xander's just throwing this out. Xander's acting as my agent now. Not that I ever had one, because they're scumbags too. 12 wins, and Sills wears a Jalen Hurts jersey for an entire show. 12 wins? No. NFC title game. You see, this is where I'm going to help Junior out. Okay? This is where I'm going to help Junior out. I'm going to help Junior act like a winner here. No. NFC title game. Big Sills will wear a Jalen Hurts jersey. Not 12 wins. What do you think this is? Lamar Jackson hour? This is NFC title game. I'll do it. If you win 12, I don't care about winning 12. I care about NFC title game. That's how winners think. Okay? Aren't you guys graduated off that shit yet? Do I have to wean you off that? Okay? This is about going far into playoffs. It's not about winning 12 or 13 ball games. This is about putting your opportunity into getting into the NFC title game. Well, how about this? You win 12 games, you get blown out in the first round or second round of the playoffs. What's that mean? What's that mean? So let's act like a winner here. Okay? Oh, here to help. All I do is try to help. All I do is try to help here. NFC title game, Big Sills will wear a Carson Hurts jersey. We will do that. Sure. Week 2 of the NFL. Still got that to get to. And also the greatest coach in the history of the Philadelphia Eagles, according to BJ, Fredo Sirianni. He would take him over Andy Reid. He said that. That's all you need to know about douchebag LJ, is that guy would take Nick Sirianni over Andy Reid. Actually said it on the program. Unless he wants to flip-flop, he can. I'll let you do it. And then I'll let you do like snot-nosed football does. Okay? Anything you want, guys. Okay? Quinyon Mitchell have a pick tonight? Okay. All right. Let's get to Fredo Sirianni. They knew on Friday, I believe, that AJ was not going to play on Sunday. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 6. This guy has 25 posts. And like, he says he is in our head and he's stalking me like his girlfriend. Hey, tonight when you lay down in your bed, I hope you have a chick. Okay? And not a blow-up doll of Big Sills. I mean, I hope I hope you don't have a blow-up doll of Big Sills. LJ's got a blow-up doll of Big Sills. Lays in his bed next to him. Here's my guy. I'm going to get him tomorrow. I'm in his head. I bet this guy's got a picture of me in his toilet. Look at him. There he is. Oh, man. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable knowing that I'm being stalked by BJ in snot football. Oh. Really, LJ? Really? It's all good, man. God bless you. I'll make sure I tell lovely Kim you said hi. Now he's insulted my old lady. It's okay. You know, with Tim Tebow, they got his phone number once, and the LSU people were talking shit to him. You know what I do respect about the guy? He goes like this. It's all good. It's all good in love and war. It's all good. Daniel, Jets DE, Jermaine Johnson out for the season. Jets beginning to panic. Reddick deal coming soon? Yes, sir. Absolutely. We had a bet already. Don't renege on it. 10 wins, and you wear a Hurts jersey. If I lose, I drop a hun. Did we really do that? My CTE's kicking in, Twizwa. Twizwa. My CTE. But if you say so, hey, Twinkie. If you say so, Twinkie, I'm ready to go. Hey, you know what? I know that I act a little bit sometimes with those nicknames. I got that from Trump, actually, and I really absolutely love it. Okay? Come on, Twinkie. Did I say that? Hey, Twiz, if I said that, all right. All right. Let's go to Fredo Sirianni here. They knew on Friday that the guy wasn't going to play on Monday night, and I agree with Xander on this. Okay, I do. See, Jesus, man. Look at me. I even get attacked from my own party. Hey, 283 in likes. Let's get to 300, guys. Then we have like the last hour to hit. And then we have Craig Carton at 5:30. Thanks, guys. How do you get a blow-up doll of Big Sills? I need a new dartboard. Huh. I'll have to come up with that. I'll match it too, Sills. Ah! Come on, princess. Shit. And then we'll donate the money to a cause. Like your old man's coach thing. We'll do that. We could do that, Xander. Okay? The Grousey coats or something, we could do that. We'll donate the dough to that. If that, okay. We'll see. No, if I've thrown it out there, we've thrown it out. Save the cats. I don't mind saving cats. Daz, what do you got against animals? I don't want to save people. I want to save animals. They're more loyal than people. I'm an animal person, homie. Okay? So let's see what bullshit LJ's lover boy, Fredo, said at the presser. Let's see here. Krause Coats, 20 years plus, giving coats to the homeless. Proud of our nonprofit. Absolutely. So we'll do that. Okay? We'll do that. If we win or I win, we'll donate it to that. How about that, Xander? Cool? All right? 288. Let's get that bad puppy to 300, man. I appreciate you guys a lot. All right. So according to LJ's favorite coach, the greatest coach in the history of the Philadelphia Eagles, Fredo Sirianni, he gave you some bullshit thing about, hey, Nick Foles loves the game. Talking to Frank, he's really like, just being around a guy, hear all the great things about him. Okay, whatever, guy. Get this. He brings something up that's pretty interesting. Let me circle this because I happen to agree with him on this. I think he was right on to this. Okay, let's go to Daniel. I'll match it too then. Hey, let's not get this out of hand. Okay, let's not get this thing out of hand here. Now we're up to $300. Easy, easy, easy. Okay, hang in there. Hang in there. Of course, you want to be part, and we appreciate you guys being part of the #1 pregame show in Philly and postgame show right here on JAKIB Sports. Thank you guys. Thought you were going to kill us, didn't you? And well, that didn't happen. And that won't happen. Oh, my God, tonight's going to be an interesting ball game. I cannot wait. All right. Sirianni said something really interesting, okay? Have we overvalued the number 3 wide receiver position? He said this. You know, it's kind of unfair to look at Jahan Dotson or anybody that's been in that role and be unhappy with anybody that we've had in that role. And I thought one thing I did think, yeah, well, that football bouncing off Quez Watkins' hands in the Super Bowl or him not fighting for interceptions. All right, Jalen. Easy. Are we being too critical of that third wide receiver position? Okay. You don't like Italian people, Robert? Kind of American are you? What's worse, Donald breaking the 49ers or Dallas L? That Dallas ass beaten was something to behold. Have we really overvalued that 3 wide receiver spot? Nick Sirianni said it's unfair to expect anybody in that 3 wide receiver hole to do anything when the offense goes through AJ and the offense goes through Devontae. It goes through Goddard, goes through Barkley. But you know what I always thought? I never thought that position should be just pigeonholed for the third best wideout. Okay? Hey, Prince. Don't you think, though, instead of it looking like this, Nick said today he's not really uncomfortable and he's not really upset with the production that he's got the last couple of years out of that 3 wide receiver position. But don't you think moving Devontae or AJ into that 3 wide receiver position, that slot position, don't you think that would make that position a little bit more viable in the offensive attack? It doesn't have to be pigeonholed on the third best receiver like Dotson. How about the slot position in general? The Eagles don't do anything in the slot. Safeties, look at the 2 safeties now tonight. You got the 2 best safeties. You got the 2 best safeties in the NFC, arguably, and Justin Simmons and Jesse Bates, right? You think they're worried about the slot tonight? Third wide receiver can win or lose a game in some situations, especially when it's third down situations. Daniel, think about this, though. I mean, so Bates and Simmons tonight, they're not worried about the Eagle slot position. They don't put Devontae and AJ in it. And if you're going to tell me I got to worry about Dotson, Xander laid out his career for you. You know, Nick's right, but in a way, it's the routes that come out of that slot. You get nothing out of it. Even when, you don't put your best players there. You just don't. And you don't get critical mismatches. Look at how successful Lamb is when he lines up in the slot. Yeah, because he's going against safeties. In the traditional time, you go against safeties, it's a mismatch. CeeDee Lamb is going to have a #1. Get this. Think about this, Daniel. Daniel. When Lamb lines up in the slot, let's do this. How many times do you think a top-flight wide receiver has the advantage in a football game against the schedule he plays? Maybe 10 out of 17, 12 out of 17, somewhere in there, right? when you have a third wide receiver that's like CeeDee Lamb in the third slot position, he's got the advantage for 17 weeks. Every game CeeDee Lamb plays, he has the advantage. Why? Unless he's going against Justin Simmons or Bates or Honey Badger, he's got the advantage. Every time he lines up. That's not the case when you're going against a top flight corner or you're going against great corners. Alexander. AJ did a great job on Alexander. Okay? Great job. And he won that battle. But, dude, how many times are you going to line up against an Alexander inside the slot position? Very rarely. Very rarely. That's why I said putting Mitchell in the slot versus Kyle Pitts and Bijan is an advantage for the Eagles. Put your better player. Now, look, my problem with that is, like everyone else has said, hey, dude, I didn't draft him to that. Well, I think you're limited out there on the second corner. I'll say this to you. Let's throw this out there. Do you think they would have played Bradberry in that game against Green Bay if Bradberry was healthy? I do. I think they would have played him. I think they would either played him in the safety position or I think they would have played him at the corner. We got to get this. Maxon goes like this. Check it out. He doesn't think so. So you got $12 million for a guy sitting on the sidelines chewing on ice? Is that what you have, Maxon? This isn't college football. Maxon thinks that James Bradberry wouldn't have saw any time, even though they kept a $12 million guy on the roster. And now get this. His contract is guaranteed because he was on the active roster because he's a vested player. He's a vested player now. His contract is totally guaranteed. You got to pay him now. You cut him, you owe him. Hurts still doesn't look comfortable in the pocket. Well, let's see how game 2 looks tonight. Hey, get this. Nick, that's not the point. You kept him. And you guaranteed his money. You kept him. Hey, get this. You got guys out there making $500,000 versus a guy making $11 million. You're going to play him. They didn't keep him on the team just because he's a good dude. Okay? Abe goes like this. Are we paying Bradberry because what he's done before the 23 season? That's how he got his contract. And personally, I think he's on the football team because Vic Fangio wants him on the football team. To me, that third wide receiver, they got to do more creative things out of it with your two better players. So get this. This is what you're going to have. Who plays the slot now tonight? Xander, do we know? Who's playing the slot? So it's going to be Dotson and Devontae Smith at wide receivers, right? Y and Z. Who's playing in the slot tonight? Covey? So Covey, Dotson, and Devontae Smith are your wideouts tonight? I'll take that if I'm Atlanta. Wilson or Campbell? I'll take that. If I'm Atlanta and I'm Raheem Morris, I feel pretty good about that. So Britton Covey, Jahan Dotson, and Devontae Smith are your wideouts heading into this Atlanta game tonight. That's not frightening me. But Johnny Wilson, okay, let's do this one. This guy says Johnny Wilson, Jahan Dotson, and Devontae Smith are your wideouts tonight for Hurts? Oh, wait. Okay, Wilson's hurt. So Paris Campbell and Devontae Smith and Jahan Dotson are your wideouts tonight? If I'm Atlanta, I'm feeling pretty good about myself in your passing attack. When teams put up their best wide receiver in the slot, Why do teams not put their best corner in the slot and allow a great receiver to go off in the slot? Because most teams are afraid of getting beat plus 25. And the majority of the big plays don't come from the middle of the field. They come from the corners and they come from the numbers. That's why. So you think they're going to line up and they're going to sacrifice. Hold on here. Where is that? Sylvan says this. You think you're going to take the Barkley out of the backfield when it's max protection? He's the best blocking running back you have when you need pass protection. And you're going to take him out of the backfield and put him in the slot. So you're going to put who in there? Gainwell? So here's your team. You're going to put Barkley, your best blocking back, in the slot and put Gainwell on the field. You got worse. I want the dual threat aspect of Barkley coming out of the backfield. Now, I don't mind that. That sounds better, putting Gainwell in the slot. That's better. I don't want it. So if I put him in the slot, I take the running threat away from Barkley? No way. And his pass protection? No way. No way. No way. Shipley in the slot? Holy shit. So, like I said, don't you have deep wideouts? I thought you said you had a great – Xander's telling me you guys have a great wide receiver room. So, you're going to put running backs in the slot now? That's why Howie made the move, because you didn't. We have no excuses. We have to win. Agreed? We still have a lot of weapons. Agreed. Niners did week 1. No CMC. I expect a ton of Barkley touches. We're the better team. You are, Nick. And Nick, everything you said is right. Thanks for the super chat. Okay? Absolutely. No excuses here. Gainwell played in the slot at Memphis. So it's not a crazy idea. He was at Memphis? He was at the University of Memphis? I didn't realize that. I can't believe they beat Florida State over the weekend, too. I thought he was at Georgia, but okay. Paris Campbell's active. Oh, wow. Paris Campbell, Jahan Dotson, and Devontae Smith are the Eagle wideouts tonight's game. And Dallas Goedert. Dude, that's not a frightening attack. Dude, look at AJ off that passing game. What he does to it. Woo! That thing is half the car. Think about that. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert is reduced to this. A.J. Smith, Devontae Smith, Jahan Dotson, and Paris Campbell. I don't know. That doesn't sound as formidable. Sirianni also went on. Said this. You got to protect the football. You got to protect yourself. He was asked the question if he thought Hurts would run more tonight. And he goes, are you always worried? So there's no doubt they've made a cognizant conversation with Jalen Hurts. Hey, dude, get down. If it means you don't get the first down like you did in that Green Bay game and you fought for it in the fourth quarter, get down. We would rather live to fight another day than you get hurt. I think that's the mentality they have in Kansas City as well. No Milton Williams either. He got a foot injury. So wait a minute. Milton Williams is out tonight, Xander? Them boys are going to have to play a lot of downs tonight. Is that right? Milton's out? So Milton Williams is out. So you got Milton Williams and you got AJ Brown out, and you got an injured Isaiah Rodgers heading into this game. Ojimo is no Milton Williams. Dude, boy, Milton Williams out? Really? Is that true? Someone confirm that. Because that's a rotation piece. And you put him, he's a versatile guy. You put him at a 7-5 and 3-1 techniques. Milton Williams was a non-factor against Green Bay. Well, hey, snot football. Neither was Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. They were non-factors also. Wasn't just Milton. Snot football. Who's Justin Jefferson? No, MG too. I mean, okay. Booker's looked pretty good. Booker's looked pretty good. 311 likes on game day. Guys, love to see if we can get to 400 likes by the top of the hour as we close out the show, and then we get ready for our pregame show tonight. Craig Carton is going to join us. That'll be at 5:30 Eastern time too, so we look forward to having him. Former WIP, now works at Fox Sports, got a great show there. FAN, former radio host too. So we appreciate you guys coming aboard here. We're gonna look at week 2 of the National Football League. I want to finish up here real quick. I want to finish up here with what Nick said. Got to protect the football tonight. No question about it. Protect the football. You're the better team. You're the better team. Let's see here. Hey, Milton Williams is out, right? That's right. More on Booker. We'll see action. Yeah, but that's a downgrade of talent, Yale. Okay. Fat ass Philly says Williams is playing. Okay, we have to get some confirmation on that, Den. Okay, good, Abe. Thanks. Some of you guys are stupid. I know better. Let's see here. Question, Sills. Let's say Eagles win, but similar game type where defense keeps you in the game. Game is very close and score an INT or two. Take the ugly win or a beautiful loss. Take the ugly as hell win. Dude, I don't give a shit what it looks like. I told you it would be bumpy. And if they get a win and you beat an Atlanta team and you beat a Green Bay team, they're NFC teams that could, the way certain teams are playing, look at the Rams. The Rams are 0-2 right now. Teams are still in it. Green Bay's in it. They're 1-1. So I don't care. Okay? Look at Niner. Whoa, look at this. Falcons win 32-6. Okay? 32. Wow. Is that, hey, Prince, really? Bryce Young got benched. Frank was right. Should have took C.J. Stroud. Frank got fired because he had it in with David Tepper about drafting Bryce Young. Frank didn't want to draft him. He wanted Bryce Young. That's why Frank lost his job. Frank was right. Look at Stroud throw the ball around the room. Guy's a freak show. All right, we're going to take a look at week 2 of the NFL. We'll do kind of more of a pregame after we talk to Craig Carton. That'll be at the bottom of the hour. Guys, do me a favor. Where are we on the like list right now? Guys have killed it all day. Look at this guy. Frank Reich stinks. He got a Super Bowl ring with the name Eagles on it, doesn't he? Didn't he take the guy you have tonight? Ryan, did Frank Reich take the guy you have tonight you're honoring? A backup quarterback and win you your only Super Bowl as the offensive coordinator of the team. Did he not do that? I'm just asking. Oh, okay. Let me ask you this here, Ryan. After Frank left, what happened to Carson Wentz? Ooh. Wentz played great in Indy. Great. Woo. Hit the like button. Keep it here, National Football Show.
He's blocked well and tries to cut through the middle. Oh!
Your gut says Miami is going to win, and you should take the over. Your gut also said your NFT selfies would only go up in value. They didn't. But your head is on Sports Grid and knows the QB is in concussion protocol. The backup has a 45 QBR against the zone coverage. The New York D has the most sacks in the league. So yeah, trust your head. It's smarter to be on Sports Grid.
Score and save in Southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com.
I get scared sometimes.
Of a lot of things.
Joining in.
Decisions.
The dark.
The dark.
But I once heard someone say,
But as I always say,
it's okay to be afraid
as long as you face the fear.
and keep moving forward.
Wherever you are in life, count on the name trusted in insurance for over 80 years. Independence Blue Cross.
Hi everybody, my name's Jason Lombardi. I'm an inspector at DryTech. At DryTech we offer three major services, the first one being basement waterproofing. The second service we offer is foundation and structural repairs. And then the third service that we offer is mold remediation. If you feel you are having a waterproofing issue, give DryTech a call or check us out online.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild wood day.
Plan your stay in the Wildwoods today.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Big Sales National Football Show. It's game day. Let's go. LFG, baby. Let's go. Nothing like game day. Hit the like button, guys. You guys have been killing it. I'd love to have 400 by the end of the program. Craig Carton will join us. Let me get the name of that show that he has. He's renamed it. Craig Carton's new show on FS1. Breakfast Ball. What is that what it is called? Breakfast Ball? Craig Carton's new FS1 show. It's called Breakfast Ball, right? Breakfast Ball. So we'll get him on. I think he's on with Mark Schlereth. So we'll get him. That'll be at the bottom of the hour. Guys, please hit the like button. Give me an update, too, where we are on that. We're going to reset here. We're going to look at week 2. I do want to throw this at you here before we get going here. I want to show you how the National Football League and why shows like this and why you guys have made JAKIB's pregame show and our postgame show the number one show in Philadelphia, and we appreciate that. We'll see you over there at 7 o'clock Eastern time to get you ready for birds, really. Eagles and Falcons tonight, so we'll do that. But I want to show you something here. The primetime game. 17 million fans tuned in to NFL on Prime this past Thursday. And the Dolphins and Bills game is showing you now. Got off to a bumpy start. I think Al Michael sucks. Okay? I think Al Michael stinks. I think they need a new play-by-play guy. But I got to tell you, that just shows you here where the NFL and everywhere else is going. They're going to streaming. Network television is dying. Look at ESPN and the amount of viewers that have been leaving their DirecTV back. But ESPN and Disney had to relent on the price. DirecTV was not going to budge off it. Most people are not tuning in any longer because they're getting their sports with different vehicles now. They're not going through the mainstream cable companies any longer. I mean, they're behind the times. Dude, the NFL doesn't get into shit unless it's making a ton of money. And for them to be involved in streaming, and the only way you get that show and that football game on Thursdays is through a streaming service, tells you where the NFL is going. I wouldn't be shocked one day if you see a Super Bowl on pay-per-view, or if you see the Super Bowl on a streaming network one day. It's getting there. Get this. I'm not paying $500 to watch every game. Hey, Yale, no, I'm with you, man. I think ESPN and Disney overpriced because of the league rights and the broadcast rights, and they're trying to pass it down to the fans. Yale's like, I'll go to a bar, dude. I'll pay $20 on a cover before I pay $500 because that means I don't have to go to the bar every week. I'm not going to watch some shitty matchup like Titans versus the Jaguars. That's not where I'm at right now. So, yeah, no, I get it. Prime service television now. Anyway, we're going to reset here. No question about it. Tonight's going to be a big ball game. We're going to look at week 2, like I said, before we get Craig Carton on. Please hit that like button. Don't forget our pregame show, too, at 7 o'clock Eastern time. We'll get you ready for that. So let's do this. Oh, and I want to double back on one thing. Chris Greer reached out to Howie Roseman about the availability of Kenny Pickett over the weekend. I believe from what I'm being told, Howie wanted a third rounder. And the Dolphins and Chris Greer, the GM, said no. They signed Hundley, who was cut by the Cleveland Browns, and he's now a Miami Dolphins quarterback. Hey, you guys want to hear something crazy about Tua? He could be cleared as early as Sunday to play. He could, and he has already said, I'm not quitting. I'm not retiring. He could be cleared as early as Sunday, according to the NFL protocols. Okay? I mean, if you go by the rule, Tua could actually make a grievance against the league and say, why are you not clearing me? Your own protocols. And if a doctor clears me, you can't keep me out because that's a contract thing with incentives. If Tua wants to be an asshole, he can make this an issue. Okay? He can make this thing an issue. Because if I've got a game check that's on the line, or I've got an incentive of say $300,000-$400,000 or $500,000, and I'm not going to collect it, and I'm cleared to play, and an independent doctor's cleared me to play, and you're not playing him, why are you not playing him? Because you're afraid? Well, you shouldn't have given him the contract then. See, the league is in a tough spot here. He legitimately has a right to play Sunday. Okay? He legitimately has the right to play. He can play Sunday. All right. Obviously, news over the weekend. A.J. Brown going down. What happens tonight? Atlanta versus the Eagles. Then we'll get into week 2 here. Is he out of the protocol? No, he will be Sunday, Yale. He'll be out of the protocol Sunday. So we asked this in the first hour. Let's go back and ask again. What's the score tonight? What score you got tonight? By the way, your wide receivers are Devontae Smith, Jahan Dotson, and Paris Campbell. Tua playing is unfair for opponents' defenses. Defensive players have to worry now about hitting him. He could either get hurt again or it could be worse. That's a really great question. How would I handle myself? No one pumps you up for the big game quite like Big Sills. When because the 49ers, Cowboys, and Lions all lost, we win 100-0. Be a big win. That's a great comment. Niners lose, Cowboys lose. It's a great comment. Get this. Twist says I'm a doctor now. No, I'm just going to tell you how I would handle myself if I was playing against him. A doctor? Personally, I don't give a shit what he does. Tua. It's up to him. It's up to him. If Tagovailoa came running towards me and he was cleared to play, I would hit that fucker so hard, I would hope to knock him into next week or knock him into retirement. That's not my job to play doctor, like what's his dick said. That's not my job. I'm going to take that guy out as much as I can. Sills, that's cool. That's my job. You're paying me to do that. You're not paying me to have a conscience. You're paying me to knock people out. Okay? If you don't want that guy to play, that's a league thing. That's a team thing. Okay? You don't want him on the field like you don't want a rapist? That's for the league to decide, not me. Why are you putting that on the player? Why would you put that on the player? I have to have a conscience? What about you having a conscience? Don't play him. Bar him. Retire him. Why do you play a rapist or alleged rapist in Cleveland? That's not for me to decide. That's not a moral thing that I have to concern myself with. I mean, why is that on me? Eagles by 8. Not horrible. Not horrible. Okay. Here, Crowley's like, oh, he's right, though. I wouldn't throw a game because of it. Right. Hey, Crowley, are you going to play less because you feel sorry for a guy? Fuck no. What's that got to do with me playing hard? You don't want, I'm supposed to play less to make you feel better about yourselves? What do you think the NFL is? A conscience league? But you guys really, really think that everything should be on the players. Hey, if you're an owner or the commissioner, you should make the moral decision on not playing them. That's not my concern. I have no bearing on Tagovailoa's career. It has nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do. Steels, can you take it? No. Try to break that guy up. Now, Forte's right. No. Forte. Tua tempting fate? The league's tempting fate. Dude, can I tell you something, Forte? This is going to sound absolutely awful. And watch this. I'm not going to do this and say this on Tua. The only time you're ever going to really have any change in the NFL when it comes to concussions and CTE is when someone actually dies on the field. Until then, it'll be like the gun control talk with the mass shootings. People get open arms, they'll throw a tizzy, and nothing will get done. It's rhetoric. Sills, that's cold. It's the truth. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen until someone dies. And the league knows that. That's why they do have a moral decision. That guy goes on the field there, and that guy dies on the field. there will be an outcry that the NFL won't be able to overcome. It's a Teflon league now. Okay? It's a Teflon league. That could be the first thing that could be a domino if a player ends up in that situation. You know how they were so in fear of the Damar Hamlin thing happening? Because then all the CTE conversation starts to perk back up again. Okay? Let's get into tonight. Flag football if it happens. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tua's concussion looks totally different. Like he's having seizures. Yeah. No, dude. Hey, Dodd, should he be playing? Again, it's up to him. And just like, was it Twiz? I'm not a doctor. I'm really not. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I have no idea. As a matter of fact, Jack Tatum is a friend of mine. I got a book signed by him. Would you like to see a signature? Sometimes we have to show receipts here. All right. What? And we brought this up. Do you put Mitchell in the slot? Or do you put Mitchell at the cornerback position tonight? Okay? What do you do? The threat Drake London to me is not. That's not the threat tonight. John, you want to put him on the lesser player. There you go. Senor. I agree with Senor. Follow Bijan. Bijan's the guy that's going to beat you. Barkley's the guy that's going to beat Atlanta. Dude, John Dotson's not going to beat the Falcons. Devontae may. But the rest of those wide receivers you're throwing at him are not. Robinson and Barkley tonight are the people. If I'm a coordinator, do I worry about Devontae Smith beating me? Not really. Keep him underneath. Don't let him get deep. Don't let him get behind the sticks. Okay? I don't want him beating me. But the fear I have with Devontae is not underneath. Let him run his routes. Let him get his yards. He had 150 yards against the Bucs, and it didn't matter. And he got murdered 31-9. But him going up, pop, like he did in that playoff game against New York, and in plus 25 plays, that worries me about him. Dotson doesn't concern me. Campbell doesn't concern me. But Barkley does. I can't stop the run. And this guy leaks out into coverage and gets down that sign like he did against Green Bay. That concerns me. So you're going to put your most talented DB on a guy who's the fourth option in Atlanta's offense, right? Drake London. Third option. Versus the two options, and you're going to put your lesser players, CJ and Avonte Maddox. I think that's a decision for Nick. Now, somebody brought up, Sills, you think they play five DBs and play nickel? That might be something to think about. That might be something to think about. Play nickel all night. Robinson's the guy tonight. Okay? Robinson's the guy, in my opinion. We're going to effort Craig Carton at the bottom of the hour. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it. Real cool. Real cool. Slay's a baller. Hey, one more time. Okay? One more time. Drake London doesn't scare me. Doesn't scare me. Still shocker that the Niners lost. Nothing shocks me in the NFL, but yes, Sam Darnold's 2-0. I think they're doing some good things up there. That's a pretty good coach up there too in Minnesota. So again, that's going to be something to keep an eyeball on tonight. Who steps up for AJ? I don't know. You got personnel. Is Dotson really going to – how many times are they going to target Dotson tonight? 10? 5? So Devontae takes that major role. Let me ask you this. Who do you think is more important to stop tonight? Yale, I'll throw this at you. Okay? That's right, Crowley. That's right. Drake London's not beating you tonight. He's not beating you anyway. Robinson and Kyle Pitts can make some plays. My opinion, and Xander's right. When you look at the Atlanta offense, Xander looked at the Atlanta offense playing against the third best defense in the league in the Steelers. They got internal pressure and perimeter pressure, which led to those late throws and overthrows by Kirk Cousins. He's right. Here's where they're good. Left tackle, right guard. They're okay at wide out with London. Pitts, I think, will be better with Cousins. I don't think Robinson is going to be better. Remember, he had 1,500 yards of total offense with Desmond Ridder a year ago. He's a good football player. You give Kirk Cousins time, he's going to throw the ball around. You give any quarterback in the NFL time. Look at Sam Darnold. What's the one thing they're doing right in Minnesota the first 2 weeks? They're giving Sam Darnold time. Sam Darnold is a turnover machine, even when he was at Southern Cal. Let's not forget, Sam Darnold is a cast-off from the Jets and Niners. He's 2-0. But you give anybody in this league time, okay? They're going to find a way to complete passes on you. Protection's the key tonight. That's why, again, the two guys in the middle for the Eagles are essential in tonight's game against Atlanta. Have to stop the run. If Robinson does what Josh Jacobs did, especially in the second half to the Eagles, where they gave up 163 in total rushing yards, you're in trouble tonight. Now, do I think Atlanta's got a better O-line? I do. Atlanta doesn't have the better quarterback than Green Bay. But they got the better O-line. They got the better defense. Do they have the better back? No, probably not. Green Bay's got better wide receivers as a group. Okay? And I think they got the better play caller up there on the floor. But Atlanta's got people. They got the best safeties in the NFC. And I agree with somebody that was in here earlier when he said A.J. Terrell. He's up and down at corner. He is. I thought the linebackers played great last week for Atlanta, going back and watching and talking to David Archer this past Friday. And they got Matthew Judon. Dude, not that Pittsburgh's offense is great, but they kicked them around. Atlanta put the boot on them. They had 5 field goals. That's what beat them. I thought they did a really nice job. Their defense outplayed their offense. I'm talking Atlanta. And that opening game loss. Again, I get it. At home, Justin Fields, who sucks. No question. Okay? Get this. Here, I'll help you guys out just so you know. Pro Football Focus has Atlanta ranked the 4th best O-line in pro football. They're a top 5, top 6, or something in there, offensive line in NFL. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Has no idea. Okay? Bakhtiari doesn't play in Green Bay any longer. They have nobody up there. Nobody. Abe said 6 players on Atlanta IR. Well, at least Atlanta doesn't have anybody to the extent of what the Eagles have. And that being, of course, A.J. Brown. Here's Sam. If we get constant internal pressure, Cousins is going to be in a shooting gallery. We don't have to worry about him escaping the pocket. Absolutely. He's not going to break contain. This guy's not going to do any of that. That's not what that guy does. And to me, it was more about the internal pressure than even TJ Watt coming around the horn like that. Watt was a wrecking ball because of what Hayward and those guys were doing internally. I mean, those guys were good. Okay? So if Goddard doesn't produce how we should think of moving him. Remember what I said, Cosmo, in the offseason here, what I said about Goddard? I'm just about done with him. Okay? I am. I'm just about done with him. Say, okay? 6 field goals, 18-10. So you're saying if the Eagles offense gets into a scoring range 6 times, they're not at least 2 to 3 touchdowns on the Falcon defense, unlike the Steelers having to kick 6 field goals. Without A.J. Brown, once again, Ham, your wide receiving core is Devontae Smith, Jahan Dotson, and Paris Campbell. Who are they? Outside of Smith, who are the rest of the guys? That doesn't bother me. Barkley does. Barkley's the key tonight. I'm not worried about Campbell. I'm not worried about Dotson. Worried about a little bit Smith. I'm not. Am I worried about Goddard? I don't know. Are they gonna feature him? Are they gonna get the ball to him on the hash marks across the seam? They haven't, it seems, in 12 games. When's the last time Dallas Goedert was good? When's the last time Dallas Goedert had a 100-yard game? Can you guys remember? You guys remember the last time he had a 100-yard game? Am I worried about Jalen's legs? Yeah. Here. That's a great take. The real? Right now, without AJ, what am I worried about tonight if I'm a defensive coordinator or I'm Raheem Morris? I'm worried about Barkley. I'm going to put him in order. I'm worried about Barkley, Hurts' legs, Devontae Smith. And that's it. When I have AJ out there, I'm worried about AJ and Devontae, Barkley, and Goddard, and Hurts. You take AJ Brown's the best player on your team. And you taking him off the field, it's a major spark plug in your engine. He has an effects. Dude, get this. That touchdown catch that Barkley had down the sideline was a result of the decoying by A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. That's what opened up that pass down the sideline, was because those two guys, they went with them. And he had one-on-one coverage going down the sidelines. When you don't have that dynamic in there, Jahan Dotson doesn't make me want to bite on anything he's doing. He's a non-factor until proven otherwise. Now, he puts up a game where he gets 85 yards tonight, then he becomes a conversation in the next game against New Orleans. Okay? AJ makes the entire passing game better. And I'm not saying he makes Jalen better because I'm not seeing it yet. But what he does do is he makes all the rest of the offensive players better. Devontae Smith, Goddard, more guys are open. Why? You can't let that guy get the ball in space. The worst thing you can do for Brown is let him get the ball in space. Because when he does, and shit, you don't want to get him in fucking one-on-one. He breaks a tackle, he's going to hit his head on the goalpost. But when you don't have him in there, Paris Campbell, Jahan Dotson, that's not frightening me. The quarterback tonight has to be a star. You lose A.J. Brown. See, here's the one thing you got to remember when you're an elite quarterback in the NFL. And this is what makes Mahomes wasn't even great in that Cincinnati game. He wasn't even great in that game. But what was it? He was great when he had to be. So Kansas City's not playing great football. And they've beaten Baltimore and Cincinnati in 2 games in a row. 2 teams that were a threat in the AFC. And they're not even playing their best ball. That's frightening. I mean, Mahomes hasn't played great ball, but he beats you. It's stupid. That's how good that guy is. Okay? I mean, just Sills. Sills, didn't the Chiefs lose in turnover battle? They did. I mean, Mahomes had 2 turnovers. They should have had 3 turnovers. Absolutely. We're efforting our friend Craig Carton. Hopefully we're able to get a hold of him. I know he's real busy. Hopefully we're able to get a hold of him. It's prove it, League. Dotson not a threat yet. He's not. He's got to prove. Hey, get this. Here's 215. Some people in here will give Dotson the threat tag because he was the 16th pick in the draft. Well, he was a bust in DC. And until proven otherwise, he's a bust that Howie overpaid for. Howie's gambling that he wasn't a bust. And it was the misvaluation and development of Jahan Dotson in DC. Is that a possibility? Absolutely. Absolutely. Forte goes, you still have to guard him? I could guard him with my third guy. He's not proven to be anything other than that. Shitty was a shitty too. In Washington. What would make me think that he's a threat? Forte's making a guy into something he's not. And Forte falls in the line. Well, he was a 16th pick, so he has to be good. That's not what the case is. He's not proven that yet. Okay? He has not proven that. Who do you expect to thrive in DC? Well, Terry McLaurin is. By the way, I just said it. Do I think there's a possibility? Okay. Get this. Devin White is a healthy scratch tonight. He was never hurt. Eagles are lying to you. He was never hurt. He's a healthy scratch. He'll never play it down in Philly. They're trying to trade him or they're going to cut him. I guarantee you they're thinking of cutting him by next week. Okay? Devin White is a healthy scratch. He was never hurt. Absolute lie that he hurt his ankle. Not a chance. Especially with a position that they're light when it comes to the linebacker position. They're totally lying to him. Or he's lying. Well, again, not that it's important, but there's no question John McMullen was on this thing right away. John was right on with it. Okay? He was totally right on. Let me send Craig number here. So, I mean, John was on top of this from day one. He goes, I don't really see it. Okay? I don't really see it. Hit the like, guy. Guys, where are we on the like list right now, too, by the way? Dude. Healthy scratch. If Atlanta shuts down Saquon in the first quarter, I'm not even going to watch the rest of the game. Gilby, that is the game. You're right. If Barkley gets shut down and Atlanta's able to stop that run, whatever Devontae Smith gets, you get 2 high safety with those 2 safeties, and you're able to stop the run, and you're able to allow him to get yardage underneath and not allow him to beat you plus 25. That's exactly the game Atlanta's trying to play. That's exactly what they want to do tonight. Let him get his yards. Let him get his 120, 30 yards. Dotson can't get any yards. And don't let Barkley loose. Okay? Don't let Barkley loose. Because if Barkley gets loose, then you got problems. If Saquon gets loose. Okay? He is the guy. That's why I said, no question about it. Bijan is the guy on the other side. He's the guy on the other side. 49er says Jesse Bates is the top safety. I said it. Hey, 49er, there's no doubt. I think they got the best safeties in the NFC. I think they got the best safeties in the NFC with Bates and with Justin Simmons. Remember something, Simmons signed a 1-year contract. That's not a long-term deal there in Atlanta, but I'll take him 1 year. Love to have had him with the Eagles. God forbid that guy gets a pick tonight, because that guy was out there the entire camp with an ability to be able to be signed by the Eagles. And if they pass on him and he has a huge game tonight and he shuts down the Eagle passing game tonight or part of it, there's going to be some questions. Why didn't you sign him? You turned around and you got people that were not capable of stopping the run or even playing the pass game. And you've got Quinyon Mitchell in the slot where you should be playing him at the numbers. Let's go over week 2 now. Hopefully we're able to catch up with Craig. I know Craig's got a lot going on with that new show. He's got that breakfast ball and all the people at Fox and FS1. We don't get them today. We'll get them tomorrow. I know we're going to have also our friend Gary Cobb on tomorrow too to talk a little bit about tonight's ball game. Don't forget also our pregame show that we'll have at 7 o'clock Eastern time. So guys, do me a favor. Please hit the like button. We're about 40 likes away from 400. That would be great here on a Monday. And then tomorrow we'll have a gigantic show as well. Thank you guys so much. Let's take a look at these games here for week 2 of the NFL. And if Craig jumps aboard with us, we'll stop and pick it up after him. Cleveland over Jacksonville, 18-13. Watson better. 18 of 34, 186. He was better. Trevor Lawrence looks terrible. He looks terrible. Got to think Doug Peterson can't be in a good place right now with Shea Khan, the owner of the Jags. That's not going well. They're going the other way. Okay? They're going the other way here a little bit. Green Bay over Indy. Indy's 0-2 now in the season. I thought there was a way that team could potentially get into the AFC Championship game. 16-10, and Anthony Richardson had 3 picks in the game. 17 of 34. I didn't think he looked very good in the ball game. Those 3 interceptions with 1 touchdown. He's got to pick it up. 2-0, Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. They took care of Carolina. Carolina's the worst team in football with the worst owner in football. 26-3, J.K. Dobbins. Another game in a row for the Chargers. How about Jim Harbaugh running the ball the way he is? Got rid of all those receivers. Got J.K. Dobbins in there. Second game in a row, he goes over 120 yards. Had 131 actually in the TD. He looks pretty good, man. That Charger team 2-0, not a shocker. Raiders upset Baltimore. The losses on defense for Baltimore have been a problem, to say the least. 26-23. Baltimore's now 0-2. And the Raiders are 1-1. Gardner Minshew, 276, touchdown and a pick. How about that for you? Gardner Minshew outplays Lamar Jackson. New Orleans absolutely destroys the Cowboys. New Orleans is 2-0. That's the next opponent for the Philadelphia Eagles. They destroyed them, 44-19. Alvin Kamara, 115 yards rushing, 3 touchdowns, had 4 TDs on the game, 65 receiving and another TD. He was sensational. Sensational. He looked like Alvin Kamara 3 years ago. Boy, I'll tell you, you get him looking like that. Xander, I can't believe this. But Alvin Kamara at one time, you want to hear something, guys? Alvin Kamara played at Bama. And they didn't have room for him. Alabama didn't have room for that guy. You talk about a guy who was a dual threat guy. He looks like that guy of a couple of years back. He was fast, quick, unbelievable. And they didn't have room for him. He had to go to Tennessee. Goes to Tennessee, puts a good career together there, but just shows you. I mean, this guy was at Alabama. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the time where Najee Harris and them guys, maybe even been Derrick Henry, who was there. But, yeah, I mean, it was probably Derrick Henry. because Alvin Kamara, can you imagine you had Alvin Kamara and you recruited Derrick Henry at Alabama? And you also had Mark Ingram, who won a Heisman Trophy during that time. And then Nick turns around and starts recruiting wide receivers. What a great recruiter. So good. Kamara has to leave and go to Tennessee. They destroyed them. Holy shit, man. Derek Carr looked great. I think Xander said he had 11 completions for 200, almost 50 yards. Crazy great. 14 possessions New Orleans has had this year. In the opener against Carolina, against Dallas, they've scored on every one of them. Guys, please hit the like button. We appreciate it. Washington, James Jones, you in here? Washington over New York. New York is the second worst team in football, 21-18. Jaden Daniels, I thought he played really well. 23 of 39, 23 of 29, 226. He had 44 yards on the ground as well. Not bad for his first win, albeit the Giants are terrible. And Brian Dable, I don't know. I don't know if he survives this season. I'll tell you this. I'd like to have Brian Dable. If Kellen Moore leaves, I would love to have Brian Dable as Jalen Hurts' next offensive coordinator. I'll take him. Shit that he did with Josh Allen, and you put him in that offense that he has with all those skilled people, I'll take Brian Dable, former NFL Coach of the Year. Brian Dable gets fired and Kellen gets elevated to a head coaching job somewhere, I'll take Brian Dable as the OC for Jalen. I'd be okay with that. Okay? The Jets. Rodgers still knocking the rust off. 18 of 30, 176, 2 TDs, 24-17. Boy, I'll tell you something. That Coach Callahan, he hates his quarterback. Calls him the stupidest person on the planet. I mean, week before, he says, we could have punted on first down and won the game. Then he calls him dumb in the second week. I can't think he likes the guy. I mean, I don't believe that's tough coaching. I think that's just not liking the guy. Seattle over New England. Geno Smith, 32 of 44, 327. That's pretty damn impressive. 1 touchdown again. New England really did a nice job on Cincinnati in the opener. How about this one? Justin Jefferson, 4 catches, 133 and a touchdown. Minnesota upset San Fran 23-14. I gave you these numbers. Look at this here with Jefferson. Man, Jefferson is a weapon. I mean, there's not a better wide receiver in pro football than him. It's just not close. It's him and everyone else on what he's done. Where's those numbers? Here we go. Look at this. Justin Jefferson, 30th 100-yard game. In 5 years, he's tied with Randy Moss for the most yards in a 5-year span. And he's got 15 more games to play. 62 games. He's got 6,100 yards. He averages 99 yards a game receiving. That's what Kirk Cousins and Sam Darnold and whoever played last year. What a weapon. I mean, incredible. I mean, if I had to make a comparison, Justin Jefferson, who would I compare him to? Randy Moss. Randy Moss. That's how good he is. Tampa Bay over Detroit. I mean, Mayfield continues to do it. 12 and 19, 185, touchdown, pick, 34 rushing, touchdown. Baker Mayfield. I told you this since December 3rd. They're 10 and 3. And they beat Detroit in Detroit. Tampa Bay, how far could they go? depends on what happens this year and who gets hurt and who doesn't get hurt. Could they be a force? Godwin and Mike Evans can play. Vita Vea is a good football player. That whole defense looks great. They're getting after people. Tampa Bay in the last 13 games has won 10 ball games, including the Eagles in a playoff game. That's pretty good. Arizona absolutely destroyed the Rams. Woof. 41-10. I didn't recognize Kyler Murray. I don't know what Jonathan Gannon's doing to him, but Jonathan Gannon has made an influence on Kyler Murray. 325 total yards. They couldn't stop him. He was a one-man wrecking machine. Arizona looks good. They look good in their opener, too. Arizona is going to be a surprise team this year. They got and Marvin Harrison Jr., he looks pretty good. Kyler Murray looks good, man. He's turning that thing back around again. Kansas City over Cincinnati. The kicker, Butker, 51-yard game winner. That's time expired. How about that guy's life this year? He gets ridiculed by the ESPN people. He gets blown out of a college for his speech that he had. He gets a contract extension, and now all of a sudden he wins a game winner, and he gets the highest paid contract for kickers this year. What a year for him. I mean, isn't it funny? Look at what the Kansas City Chiefs have. They have the best punter, and they have the best field goal kicker, arguably, in the NFL, and they got the best quarterback. You think there's any coincidence to that? They're strong at kicker, punter, and quarterback, and coordinators. Jesus, they hit all the dots. I mean, they cross all the T's and dot all the I's. Tell me something about Sean Payton that makes me go like this. He's good. You know, he's 17-19 without Drew Brees since Brees' retirement in 2020. He's 17-19, and Denver doesn't look like they're getting any better. And Bo Nix doesn't look like he's anybody. I mean, Pittsburgh wins 13-6. I mean, you're winning games with Justin Fields, Mike Tomlin, not a shocker. But, I mean, where's Sean Payton, a good coach? Yeah, Drew Brees. You guys want to bring that up all the time about Bill Belichick after Brady. What about Payton? What's he done? And it's going to get worse. I mean, Bo Nix, what is he, 40? That guy played like 18 years at Auburn and 4 years or 3 years, whatever it was, at Oregon. That guy doesn't have a high ceiling. He's like 26 years old. Where's he going? That's a shit pick. Bo Nix is a shit pick. You have no future with that guy. He's like Chris Winkie 2.0. Where are you going with him? I mean, right? Where are you going? Houston over Chicago, 19-13. I'll say this to you, that Caleb Williams is terrible. Every single one of these quarterbacks, I told you, these rookie guys are going to struggle. And I think Jaden Daniels probably played the best out of them all. Yeah, he played the best out of them all. 23 of 29, 226. Absolutely not. Why? Should Pickett get snaps if we lose tonight? No. No way. Why would you want to do that? I have no interest in seeing him. This isn't college football. Let's get the next no. And plus, if they lose tonight, you're 1-1. I mean, San Francisco's 1-1. They lose tonight. Could they? Yes, they could. They could lose tonight. But I'm not. Kenny Pickett doesn't have any place tonight, in my opinion. Okay? He doesn't. Once again, tonight this is going to come down to Barkley. What's more important, you think, tonight? Shutting down Saquon Barkley or shutting down Devontae Smith? I don't care. Okay? Hold on for a second here. Okay. We apologize about Craig Carton. We'll get him on tomorrow. Okay? I'm sure something got held up, so no problems. Also, too, probably Gary Cobb tomorrow as well. I don't care about the rest of the offensive players tonight. And if I'm the Philadelphia Eagles, I have to get Goddard going to some extent. I've got to get Saquon going. Dude, I might even start the game out like this tonight against Atlanta. Let's run the ball. Let's see what Atlanta does. Make Atlanta make mistakes. You're at home. You don't have to press the issue tonight. 24-10 Eagles. Jalen 250, Barkley 75, Devontae 100 yards receiving, and a rare Goddard sighting. Okay? Okay? Big Sills got stood up. Dude, in my 35 years, won't be the last time either. He's been on numerous times. We're all good. Very tight friends. Okay? Shutting up Sileo sounds good to me. Well, go win a game and have your guys stand up and play well. 38-17. Okay. So Abe, you think your defense tonight is holding Atlanta to 17 points? Who on your defense, Abe, plays well tonight to stop the who gets pressure tonight? Okay? Can't blame the field tonight. Can't blame the field. If Huff doesn't get a sack tonight, or Nolan Smith, and you don't get to him, Jalen Carter, Zach Bond. Okay? So you're counting on Zach Bond to have another career game because he's already had one career game. Okay, Jonathan says Nolan Smith needs to. Okay, well, I understand that. 4 sacks for Huff. 4 sacks for Huff tonight. Okay? Reed is mediocre. Is that a big deal or hurts your feelings? Not sure what you're talking there. I'm predicting Brandon Graham sighting tonight. Okay? Hold on. What's this one? Huff is the second coming of Reggie White. All right. Seals over under 3 sacks for Birds tonight. Under. Okay. Georgia boys have to show up. Huff and will puff and knock the quarterback out. Right? Okay. So once again, Big Sills has it this way tonight. 26-23, Eagles win. Take the points in Atlanta. As Xander would say, typical Sills. And do not forget, we apologize once again. Let's see here. What does Dickhead say? Let's see what Dickhead says. The Fangio defense isn't predicated on sacks. It is on pressure, Dickhead. It is on pressure. And on that, we look forward to the pregame show. Guys, we appreciate you guys. Xander, where are we right now on the like list? Where are we right now? Guys, you guys did a great job today, man. Boy, what a big show this is going to be. for our pregame show tonight. Don't forget, 7 o'clock Eastern. Hey, guys, can we get 400? Where are we right now? 375. Got a couple minutes left. Let's see if we can get to 400 here. 376. Let's see if we can roll that up to 400 here and try to get that bad puppy. Nolan Smith, 2.5 sacks. So close to 400. We're right there, man. Just a couple more away. 381. Seahawks, Saints, Bucks, Vikings are all 2-0. That just shows you how the National Football League, year to year, week to week, it's hey, get this. As Senor would say, who would have thought the Saints? Well, I did. I thought the Saints would kill the Cowboys. I did. I thought they would. The Vikings being 2-0 shocks me. There you go, Steve. Thank you. Look at Steve keeping up. We're 10 away from 400. That'd be a nice first show, guys, for the week. Oh, let's see if hey, Xander, you want to do Craig for a couple minutes? Because we're here. Do you want to do him for a couple minutes here? All right, let's get Craig on here for a couple minutes. We'll get our good man on. How you doing, Craigie?
Hey, how's everything? I apologize for being tardy. My fault.
Dude, are you kidding me with all the crap that you got going on? How's the new show coming along?
It's going great. It's going great. Yeah. Have Mark Schlereth, who you might know, I suppose, from back in the day. And Danny Parkins, broadcaster from Chicago. So all good.
Are you a believer in this Eagle team?
Yes, I am actually. Yeah. I'm not a believer in Nick Sirianni. I think he's a lousy head coach. But I think they've got the pieces to win a lot of football games. I said the entire offseason, I think they're the class of the NFC East. I think I'll be proven right on that. And then it's going to come down to, like it does for all the good teams, what do you do in January? But when you add a playmaker like Saquon Barkley to an offense that's already got weapons and pieces, and we forget about Dallas Goedert for some reason, obviously like a lot of teams, it's going to come down to Jalen Hurts, but I think the Eagles are going to win like 13 games this year.
Wow. Hey, how crazy is it in New York when you saw Barkley with 3 TDs in the opener against the Packers? And John Mara said even on Hard Knocks, don't let this guy go to Philly. And there he is. And one of the things you missed out in that game, even yesterday, there's no question you need a running attack here. How's that all going over well? I mean, I can't think Brian Dable and Joe Schoen, I can't think they survive. It just seems the Giants season's over already, Craig.
The season is over, but I don't know, expectation-wise, who had the Giants winning a lot of games, right? I didn't. You didn't.
I didn't. No.
Yeah, I don't think the Giants did. Now, the problem for them is yesterday's a game you have to win. Home against Minnesota, celebrating your 100th anniversary. We were learning quickly that Minnesota's not that bad with Sam Darnold, but that's the game you penciled in as a possible W. The thing that bothers me, it's not Joe Schoen deciding that I was going to move on from Saquon Barkley. He didn't draft Saquon Barkley. He also didn't draft Danny Jones. My issue with the whole thing is that the Giants doing that preseason Hard Knocks was, number one, anti-Giant-like. That's not what that organization has ever really been known for, right? Number two, what rang hollow for me was when the owner says, I don't want to lose a player. He means the world to me, face of the franchise, wants to be a Giant for life. Stroke the check, right? Like you're still the owner, and I respect the fact that it's an owner that wants to allow his coach and general manager to make all the ultimate decisions. That's typically a competent way to do business. But you can't go on TV and loathe the fact that the Eagles got Saquon Barkley when all you had to do for the last 2 years was stroke a check. You got the money. So to me, that rings hollow.
How close are we to looking at the new era of another quarterback in New York? And I'm talking with the Giants here.
Yeah.
And we're looking at moving off of Daniel Jones. Are we looking at another week here before they move on from him? Because it's been a disaster.
Yeah, I thought he played a lot better, though, against Washington.
He did.
Against Minnesota. Look, I know the kid, has a great day, 10 catches, but game on the line, you got to make that catch on 4th down. Extends the drive. Now, what would have been interesting there, of course, is I'm talking about Malik Neighbors. the Giants weren't kicking field goals. They weren't kicking extra points, so they had to have scored a touchdown. No guarantee they would have. Daniel Jones will not be the Giants quarterback after this year. I don't know what you gain by playing Drew Lock. He's not a starting quarterback either. I don't think Tommy DeVito's any good either. We all fell in love with the, Paisan and the chicken cutlet. And look, it was a great storyline, right? But they don't have a legitimate quarterback on the roster other than Daniel Jones, and he's not very good. So I think next year they're going to be in a desperate move to get a quarterback. And outside of drafting one, and we know what that process is like, are there going to be any legitimate available starting quarterbacks? I don't think so.
The Jets, your team, boy, you struggle against Tennessee. I mean, their quarterback is atrocious, Tennessee. Aaron Rodgers does not look like the mobile Aaron Rodgers he was a couple years ago, and he's not. Obviously, when he gets out in the perimeter, he was a weapon. Is it still just knocking the rust off, in your opinion? Because, I mean, there was a time in that first half that Rodgers had 9 yards or 7 yards passing, and Breece Hall had like 6 total yards rushing. I mean, they picked it up a little bit, obviously, more in the second half. But, Craig, coming out of that game, you're 1-1. You had to have that win, especially in the AFC. How you feeling about your Jets?
Not great, to be honest. It was a must-win game. They won it, so I'll take that as a fan. Put the little notch there in the win column. It's also the first time in 20 years, something like that, that they've won a game on the road and covered when they're favored by more than 3. So this was kind of an anomaly for us as Jet fans, right? So I view it this way. We saw a couple things. We saw a couple really good passes from Aaron Rodgers, one to Mike Williams to extend the drive, and then the one with Garrett Wilson kind of readjusted down the right sideline on third down. Outside of those 2 passes, and maybe one other, maybe the touchdown pass to Breece Hall, which is a great touch pass from Aaron Rodgers, that game was frustrating. Tennessee, that's supposed to be an easy out for a team with a dominant defense and a rock star quarterback, and it wasn't. Tennessee's driving down the field late in the game to tie the game or, God forbid, go for 2 and steal the W. Happy I got the win, but not happy yet with our performance. Now, you look at the Jets' schedule, New England on Thursday night. That's got to be a W, right?
Yeah.
I think they should be 3-1 going into, I think, Minnesota and the game over in London in week 5. And who knows what Minnesota really is, going into week 5. But happy we got the win. Defensively, like Hassan Reddick's been fined like $6 million for not coming to mini camp, training camp, or playing in the first 2 games. They need him because, we lose Jermaine Johnson. Will McDonald had 3 sacks yesterday, which was great. Mosley, our starting middle linebacker, gets hurt in that game. DJ Reed, our opposite corner from a Sauce, gets hurt, doesn't play in the game. And as much as you don't negotiate with terrorists, the Jets need Hassan Reddick.
How about this one here? A couple last ones here for you, Craig.
I got nothing but time for you, Dan. Let's keep it going.
How about this here? I mean, Reddick, I've never seen a guy destroy 2 teams and himself. The Huff move has resulted in nothing. He has been just.
Well, let me stop you there, though. Huff was a specialist for the New York Jets. He did not play against the run at all. And I know it's only 1 game for the Eagles in Brazil. Apparently, he's been a big disappointment for them as well. So I wouldn't get caught up on Huff, but go ahead.
But no, and that was my point. They thought they were going to replace Hassan Reddick with Huff, and I'm like, this guy had 480 snaps. He's a specialist. They bring him in on third down. He doesn't play the run. He doesn't cover anybody. And they were expecting him to be the guy, and I'm like, that ain't the dude, man. Whereas, again, not that Hassan is a great cover guy or a great tackler, but he's a tremendous pass rusher. Only one other guy has had double-digit sacks in 4 years, and that's Myles Garrett. I mean, you're talking about a guy who knows how to get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
Jets need that guy. The Eagles need a pass rush. Like tonight, dude, when you play against the Atlanta Falcons, the one thing that the Steelers did that was great, they got internal pressure with Hayward, and they got external pressure from T.J. Watt. If you don't get him off his spot, and I'm talking Cousins, dude, that guy can pick you apart, man. They got some players there. Bijan is a 1,500-yard total guy. I like the guy Pitts. I mean, Drake London, I don't know. We'll see. He kind of looked good 2 years ago. But how do you see this game tonight, man?
I think I think the Eagles win handily based on what I saw out of Kirk Cousins last week. He was like a cigar store Indian. He's not mobile at all. I've never seen this before, especially for an older quarterback who's not very mobile. He took one snap, and I'm not exaggerating, it's not hyperbole. He took one snap behind center. Every other snap was out of the shotgun last week because they got to buy him the extra second because he can't move his feet. He also tore that Achilles. It wasn't week one like Aaron Rodgers. That's a full year recovery. He's not a full year into that recovery. I think Atlanta's offense runs through Bijan. If the Falcons are smart, I don't think the Eagles have too many weapons. I don't think the game's even competitive tonight.
Wow. Okay. Finally here. You taking the field or are you taking KC in the repeat or three-peat?
And look, this ain't Tiger Woods 20 years ago. You take the field. You always take the field. I will say this about Kansas City. It's an old boxing term that, styles make fights sometimes, right? So I think, we look at what Kansas City did against Cincinnati yesterday. Cincinnati, for whatever the reason is, they know how to play against Kansas City. Mahomes was terrible yesterday. 2 interceptions, threw a third there, got called back. I happen to be sick and tired of their winning. I'm also sick and tired. They get every damn call late in these games. And I, like you, and I'm sure the rest of America, when they got the ball back, we all knew what was going to happen. Like 4th and 16, you know what's going to happen. And it's interesting to me that Andy Reid settled for a 51-yard field goal to win the game.
I know.
That was their game plan. And Butker's probably the best kicker in football right now. And they're going to lose some games this year. They're clearly the team to beat. And I'm just, fingers are crossed that somebody, anybody, just throws them because I can't take it anymore.
How about my Canes, man? How about our Canes?
By the way, 8th ranked in the country. As you know, 2 of my kids graduated Miami. Look, your coach needed this kind of year.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he's got a rock star quarterback who's a Heisman Trophy candidate now.
Yep, Cam Ward.
Beating Ball State is nothing to get excited about. But watching the way Florida and Florida State have played this year.
Oh, yeah.
The U are kings of Florida again.
Oh, my God, it's great. I love it, man. Back then in the day, though, Craig, those teams were ranked second. Well, I remember one year I remember like 4 years that either Florida, Florida State, or Miami all finished in the top 5. That's when football. But you know what they didn't have back then? They didn't have FIU. They didn't have FAU. They didn't have UCF. They didn't have USF. They weren't major programs.
Right.
So those kids went to FSU, Miami, and Florida, right? So, I mean, that's why, again, it's kind of been watered down a little bit. But
you also, if you go, back that far, you also had Bobby Bowden.
Yep.
You had Jimmy Johnson.
Steve Spurrier.
Steve Spurrier. You have like Hall of Fame coaches. And this is when a great coach could recruit great talent without having to write a check. Right?
Unlike Syracuse, right?
No, we always wrote checks. By the way, so it's funny. When I got to Syracuse, Dick McPherson was still the head coach. Donnie McPherson had the Heisman run, which he came second to Tim Brown. And I was like, I went to a football school. This is going to be great.
Hey, so great. Craig, I got to tell you one last thing here. I got recruited to go to Syracuse, and there was a guy by the name of Norm Gerber who used to come and recruit. And McPherson was the head coach there. And he comes to me and he goes, "Hey, we're going to give you 44. I go, "You ain't giving me Jim Brown's number." And he goes, "We'll give you 44. I go, "Well, let me ask you something. This was to take my recruiting trip to Syracuse." And I go, how many guys have you offered that 44 to? Norm goes, 20. I said, okay, I'll take a visit.
By the way, and he knew you weren't a running back, I assume, right?
No. Hey, he did. He goes, "You like Jim Brown?" I go, "We'll give you 44. I go, "You ain't giving me 44. What are you nuts, man?" I go, but I still took my visit up there. It's a great school up there, man. Great.
That's funny. When this place doesn't exist anymore. When I went to school there, for people like 44, it's not just Jim Brown, right? Ernie Davis, right? Some of the great running backs of all time. Obviously, Derrick Coleman, basketball. There was a bar called 44s.
No way.
Yeah, and it was no bigger than a closet. It was right on what we call M Street, Marshall Street, which is the main kind of drag street on campus at Syracuse. And that number was so popular for a good 3-4 years. One of the most popular bars was just called 44s. That's all it was.
Get this too, Craig. So like my first, when I wanted to get into broadcasting, my uncle, I've told you numerous times, is Robustelli. And so he introduced me to Marty Glickman. And so I got a chance. Marty Glickman first was the Giant broadcaster. Then he turned into being the Jets.
Yeah.
So he brings me into the booth, and there's Marty Glickman calling New York Jets. I think he did it until like the early 80s or something like that. And then, if I'm not mistaken, isn't your broadcast school named after Marty up there in Syracuse?
No, so it's the Samuel I. Newhouse School. He was a huge publisher, billion-dollar family. But I'll tell you a story about Marty Glickman real quick. For those of you that don't know, Marty was this legendary sports announcer. But what a lot of people don't remember about Marty Glickman, that's a great little story for you. Marty Glickman was Jewish. He was a fantastic athlete in his own right. He qualified for the Munich games. He was going to run alongside Jesse Owens. And because of Hitler's rise to prominence and power in Germany, Marty Glickman could not join the United States Olympic team for the Germany games because he was Jewish. And it's a part of his legacy that's not told often enough. Because we only think of him just as this, amazing broadcaster.
He was a high school legend too in New York when he played football too.
He was just an amazing athlete. And only because of Nazi Germany, he couldn't represent his country and run alongside Jesse Owens.
Crazy story, man. Craig, great stuff, man. Congratulations on Breakfast Ball 2 there. I do know Mark Slayer very well.
Good man.
And you and him go back and forth. You tell him I said hi, man. Have a great show tomorrow. Thank you so much on your busy schedule for finding time.
No, but I got to ask you a question because you seem a little humble about it. But you're not the only Sileo who's a great athlete, right? Isn't one of your daughters a Division I athlete? My daughter
right now get this, she was a 3-year captain at Grand Canyon. They went to the national championship game and they got beat by 6 points to Stanford. And this was played in Houston. I think she lost. What's that?
What sport?
Rugby. Rugby.
Yeah.
And she was a 3-year captain and one of the top players. They never lost to UCLA. They beat SC. They beat Cal. And I think she lost 4 games in the last 3 years. And they got all the way to the national championship. They won their regional and were considered one of the great programs and finished number 2 in the country this year. I mean, now she's playing professional rugby.
Is she? That's awesome. To me, one of the lasting memories of this past, summer's Olympics was the women's rugby team. Never won a medal before historically, and they kicked ass, and I was captivated by it. It was awesome.
Absolutely. A lot of the players that were on that team, Danielle played with, and yeah, man, we're very excited about that. Craig, I got to roll, man. Thank you so much, brother.
Be good always, anytime.
You got it. The great Craig Carton. We really appreciate him spending time with us and finding time with us. So, hey, don't forget, we went overtime here a little bit to get Craig on. All good. Do me a favor. Don't forget our pregame show starting at 7 o'clock Eastern time. Hit the like button. We got over 400. We'll see you at the pregame show. We'll see you tomorrow also 2 to 6 Eastern. And we'll see you on the flip side.